Greetings from Vidya Dham, Dhule, Maharashtra, India, and English Language Teachers Association of India, Khandesh chapter. We are very happy, we are really blessed to have our guest from Canada. We would say that some lazy Indians haven't yet joined, but our guest from Canada has joined. And it's night for her, but it's a wonderful morning for all of us. And Honorable Sushmita Vidya Madam has really glittered our morning by her very gracious presence. And her talk today will definitely enlighten us, will be immensely helpful to all of us. So dear friends, very shortly after 3 minutes, we'll start this inauguration. And for this function, we have Sushmita Vidya Madam all the way from Canada. We are really happy that this is our third consecutive successful event, international event, ELTAI Khandesh chapter and Vidya Dham's Shankarrao Chavan Health Center, Dhule, Maharashtra, India, has been organizing various events, and this is one of the events. Today, after the inauguration, we are going to have plenary sessions. We have Professor Dr. Sagar Sharma from Nepal will be joining after an hour from now. We have Dhiravid sir from Thailand. We have Patanjali Mishra sir from Varanasi. We have Raghupati sir from Tirupati. So we have the galaxy of intellectuals today. And all of us are going to have the wonderful feast today. We're also very happy to share that from Costa Rica, Honorable Mariel Cruz, Madam, is likely to join us. Actually, she is traveling, but she has expressed her willingness to join us. A lot depends upon the climate there. You know that international climate is a bit disturbed today politically, socially. And as Sushmita Madam said, so many storms are there. So the climate change is there. And considering this only, somewhere we have to think of human welfare, and we are very sure that yoga, science, law, and literature will contribute to the welfare of humanity. Our motto is human welfare, and will succeed undoubtedly in this. So, dear friends, now I request my co-host, my very dynamic student, talented Neha Bhadak, to take this proceeding further. It is giving the opportunity to the generation next. Over to Neha.
Thank you, sir. Very good morning, all of you. The world is full of diamonds and gems, and we are having some of them are here today. It gives me immense pleasure to extend to you a very warm welcome on behalf of योग विद्या धाम Dhule's Shankarrao Chavan Health Center. स्वयं को बदलो जग बदलेगा योग से सुखमय हर दिन खिलेगा. Plato once said, music is a moral law. It gives soul to the universe, wings to the mind, flying to the imagination, and charming and gaiety to life and to everything. To begin this auspicious event, here comes Veena Kamlakar Madam, Dr. Vaibhav Sabnis Sir, and group for welcome song.
I request Honorable Yashwant Patil sir to share the screen and play the song. Actually, the screen is shared, but the audio is not there. So apologies from us. Some technical fault is there. Just wait for some second. Actually, the songs composed by Dr. Gangadhar Barche and Vishwasrao Mandalik sir have been composed musically by Kamlakar madam. And today we are releasing that CD, audio CD. And there are some singers from Vidya Dham, Dhule, Maharashtra, who have sung this song. And we are trying to release the CD. Because of technical issue, the audio is not shared, and hence we are just seeing it on the screen. So I wish Yashwant Padil sir will share the screen and share the audio in particular along with that. This is the inaugural ceremony, and Neha Bhadak has started wonderfully well. And dear friends, we are going to have wonderful lectures today because Honorable Patanjali Mishra sir has also joined all the way from Varanasi. It is the city which is very famous for religious pilgrimage and so many other things. And I'm very blessed to have our honorable guests all the way from Canada, Sushmita madam. And on the stage, we can see the Vice President of Vidya Dham Dhule's Shankarrao Chavan Health Center, Honorable Bapu Sahib Mahale, who is the chairperson of this inauguration. And we have Yoga Guru, Dr. Gangadhar Barche, because of whom this institute has been founded here. And Dr. Barche has composed many songs as well, and they have been musically composed. And the CD release ceremony will be held a short while from now. And we have Honorable Bendre sir, we have Dr. Barche madam, and Kamlakar madam, Veena Kamlakar madam, who has composed musically these songs, and her efforts have come to the fruitfulness because the CD is ready to be released. So if it is possible, may I please request Yashwant Patil sir, please share the song. It's a welcome song sung by 4 singers under the guidance of Veena Kamlakar madam and written by Gangadhar Barche sir. So may I please request Yashwant Patil sir to share the screen, but while sharing, please share audio also. Click on share audio. Yashwant Patil sir, please try your best because we are very eager to listen to the song. But before that, may I please request all the guests on the days there at Vidya Dham Dhule to inaugurate this in the virtual presence of Sushmita madam. Please light the lamp on her behalf. She is from India. Her mother's place is India, but she's there in Canada. But that love, that intimacy, that attachment is still there, and it is almost
of course, it will always
11:40, if I'm
remember.
not wrong there. And still she is with us. So may I please request all the guests on the days, Honorable Bapu Sahib, Mahale, Barche sir, and others to light the lamp. कृपया दीप प्रज्वलित करून या कार्यक्रमाचं आपण उद्घाटन करूया. Yashwant Patil sir, please share the screen properly. The audio is not there.
Yeah.
It is better if you stop the screen share. Screen share थांबूया. Yashwant Patil sir, please screen share थांबवा.
Yeah, something is
okay, please. Wrong. The song is again played, but audio is not shared. These are the technical issues, and digital literacy is something we need, and it is missing. Yes, it is inaugurated at the auspicious hands of Dr. Gangadhar Barche. We can see on the screen here. Let me just spotlight it. So here is Yog Vidya Dham Dhule's Shankarrao Chavan Health Center. And Vice President of this, Honourable Babsaheb Mahale is there. Honourable Veena Kamlakar Madam, who has composed these songs musically, she is there. Under her musical direction, these songs have been played and the CD is created. And the lighting is going on. We would miss Sushmita Madam. We would have been happier had she been here and actually lit the lamp here. But Corona pandemic has hampered us, affected us very badly, handicapped us. So this is Yog Vidya Dham Dhule Shankarrao Chavan Swasthya Kendra Dhule, Maharashtra, India, dear friends, and the inauguration has been taking place in the gracious virtual presence of Sushmita Madam from Canada. I welcome all the participants who have joined us offline and online. Some people are there, physically present there. You can see the inauguration is taking place. And after some time, we'll have the talk of Honorable Sushmita Madam. So now may I please request Bhamre sir. Bhamre sir, please deliver your introductory talk. Before that, I request Neha Bhadak to speak something. Thank you all the dignitaries. The president of executive president of Yog Vidya Dham Dhule's Shankarrao Chavan Swasthya Kendra, Jitendra Bhamre sir is with us, and he will deliver the introductory talk now. Jen Vimandik sir, you can stop the video now for some time. I request Bhamre sir for the Prastavik, for the introductory talk.
Namaskar.
It's not there. Sir, we can't hear you.
नमस्कार, हरिओम। योग विद्या धाम धुलिया संचालित शंकरराव चौहान स्वास्थ्य केंद्र और इंग्लिश टीचर्स एसोसिएशन ऑफ इंडिया खानदेश चैप्टर की ओर से आप सभी मान्यवरों का तहे दिल से मैं स्वागत करता हूं। 2019 में योग विद्या धाम और एल्टाई खानदेश के सहयोग से नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन किया था। वो पहली बार 2019 में ऑफलाइन कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन हुआ था और 3 बरस के बाद फिर कोरोना के कारण इंटरनेशनल ऑनलाइन कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन किया। इसमें विशेष करके डॉक्टर बाबा साहेब अम्बेडकर कॉलेज के प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर वैभव सबनीस, इनका काफी योगदान रहा। उनके माध्यम से हमने यहाँ पर ऑनलाइन और ऑफलाइन कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन अच्छी तरह से करना हमें उनके कारण जम सका। और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है कि एल्टाई खानदेश चैप्टर के भी वह अध्यक्ष है। गुरुवारी डॉक्टर बारचे सर जी के माध्यम से 1985 में योग प्रचार का कार्य धुलिया शहर में आरंभ हुआ और आज तक उनके कारण वह कार्य सातत्य से यहाँ पर चलता रहा है। योग के माध्यम से लोगों का शारीरिक और मानसिक स्वास्थ्य सुदृढ़ रखना और साहित्य के माध्यम से लोगों की समझ बढ़ाना है। आज की कॉन्फ्रेंस का विषय भी ऐसे ही चुनना है। योग, विज्ञान, साहित्य और कानून, इनके माध्यम से मानव का कल्याण होना चाहिए। पिछले साल 21 जून को जब योग दिन था, तो उस दिन आसन, प्राणायाम, शुद्धि क्रिया, इनकी स्पर्धा का आयोजन किया गया था। वो स्पर्धा भी इंटरनेशनल स्तर पर उसका आयोजन हुआ था और उसमें बहुत से साधकों ने पार्टिसिपेट किया था और लोगों ने यह भी मान्य किया कि आज तक हमने आसन की जो शुद्धि क्रिया है या स्पर्धा है उनमें सहभाग लिया था, लेकिन प्राणायाम और शुद्धि क्रिया इनकी भी स्पर्धा हो सकती है, वो उन लोगों को पहली बार मालूम हुआ और अच्छा रिस्पांस उस वक्त उसके बारे में मिला। योग और साहित्य के स्वर्ण मध्य से स्वस्थ समाज की निर्मित करना, यही अपना कॉन्फ्रेंस का हेतु है। योग विद्या संस्था 1985 से धुलिया शहर में योग का प्रचार प्रसार का कार्य कर रही है। योग भवन, इस इमारत में सुबह 5 बजे से लेकर शाम को वर्ग चलते हैं। इसमें विशेष करके बेसिक वर्ग और प्रैक्टिस वर्ग, इनका बढ़िया आयोजन किया जाता है। धुलिया शहर में बहुत लोगों ने इसका लाभ उठाया है। इसके बजाय धुलिया शहर में जहां पर लोग वर्ग करने के लिए तैयार होते हैं और जगह का बंदोबस्त होता है, वहां पर भी वर्ग लिए जाते हैं। विशेष करके गायत्री प्रज्ञापीठ और कुमार नगर, यहाँ पर सतत वर्गों का आयोजन किया जाता है। हमारे गुरुवर बारचे सर के माध्यम से कुछ कार्यक्रम जो निश्चित हुए योग भवन में, तो उनका सातत्य से यहाँ पर उनका योगदान रहा है। हर पूनम और अमावस के दिन वह संस्कार यज्ञ का आयोजन करते हैं। उसके कारण लोगों की चंचलता, अस्थिरता कम होने में मदद मिलती है और यज्ञ के हेतु धार्मिकता न होकर उनके साइंटिफिक रीजन जो है वो है, और उसके कारण लोगों का स्वास्थ्य अच्छा रहने में मदद मिलती है। हर एक फर्स्ट संडे के दिन शाम को 5 से 6 बजे गुरुवर्य बारचे सर योग के कोई पर टॉपिक लेकर उस पर चर्चा करते हैं, लोगों को मार्गदर्शन करते हैं। थर्ड संडे के दिन प्रात्यक्षिक वर्ग का आयोजन किया जाता है। हमारे योग शिक्षक जयंत बांडिक उसमें उसका प्रात्यक्षिक का आयोजन करते हैं। उसके बाद हर एक फोर्थ संडे के दिन यहाँ पर शुद्धि क्रिया जो है, दौतिर, बस्ती, नेति, त्राटक, ऐसे सभी शुद्धि क्रिया है, उसका डेमो किया जाता है और उस वर्ग का नियोजन जो होता है वो योग शिक्षक बालचंद्र नेरपगार और अविनाश धर्माधिकारी सर उनके द्वारा किया जाता है। हर बुधवार के दिन योग शास्त्र का जो महत्व का ग्रंथ है श्रीमद् भागवत गीता और दूसरा ग्रंथ पातंजलि सूत्र, बुधवार के दिन हर बुधवार को 5 से 6 इस समय में उसका पठन किया जाता है और थोड़े में स्पष्टीकरण किया जाता है। हर गुरुवार के दिन गुरुवार बारचे सर ग्रंथ दर्शन अंतर्गत चर्चा लेते हैं। आज तक उन्होंने श्रीमद् भगवद गीता, पातंजलि सूत्र, उपनिषद, पुराण और बहुत सारे ग्रंथों की चर्चा की है। इसके बजाय योग प्रचार के लिए सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात होती है योग शिक्षक का निर्माण होना। योग विद्या संस्था 1996 से यहाँ जब योग विद्या भवन तैयार हुआ, तब से योग शिक्षक निवासी वर्ग का आयोजन किया जाता है। उसमें हर साल 30-35 शिक्षक सहभागी होते हैं। पिछले 2 साल कोरोना के कारण योग शिक्षक वर्ग का आयोजन हुआ नहीं। इस साल भी 2 मई से लेकर 22 मई तक 21 दिन का योग शिक्षक निवासी वर्ग उसका आयोजन होने वाला है। और यशवंतराव चौहान महाराष्ट्र मुक्त विद्यापीठ नासिक, उसके अंतर्गत योग शिक्षक पत्रिका अभ्यासक्रम जो 1 साल का होता है, यह भी कई सालों से योग विद्या क्या कंडक्ट किया जाता है। इसके बजाय भविष्य में हमने यह भी तय किया है कि कोरोना के बाद अभी जैसे इस साल हम ऑनलाइन कॉन्फ्रेंस ले रहे हैं, लेकिन नेक्स्ट साल से ऑफलाइन कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन किया जाएगा और इसमें ELTAI चैप्टर खानदेश और योग धाम के सहयोग से भविष्य में भी इसी तरह से कॉन्फ्रेंस चलती रहेगी। विशेष करके मैं आभार मानता हूँ योग धाम के अध्यक्ष, उपाध्यक्ष, सभी योग शिक्षक, सभी कार्यकर्ता, जिनके माध्यम से अच्छा आयोजन हम कर पाते हैं। और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण हमारे जो मित्र है डॉक्टर वैभव सबनीस, जो लॉ कॉलेज में प्राध्यापक का काम करते हैं, उनके माध्यम से ये कार्यक्रम शुरू हुआ और हमें उनका इतना सहकार्य है तो आगे भी ये हम इस तरह से शुरू रख सकते हैं। उन्होंने भी मुक्त विद्यापीठ का योग शिक्षक पदवी का अभ्यासक्रम अपने यहाँ पूर्ण किया है और थोड़ा वर्ग लेने का भी उन्होंने प्रयास किया है और आगे भी उनकी ऐसी सहायता मिलती रहेगी। पीछे जब हमने एक स्टेडियम को बहुत बड़ा कार्यक्रम लिया था मारियल क्रूज के माध्यम से, तो उस कार्यक्रम में का आयोजन उसमें भी उनका काफी सहभाग था। तो ऐसे सभी सहभागी साधक उनका मैं यहाँ पर आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ और जो मेरा शुरुआत में बोलना था उसे मैं खत्म करता हूँ। धन्यवाद। नमस्ते। हरिओम।
Thank you so much, sir.
Now I request Honorable Bhalchandra Nirpagar sir to introduce our inaugurator, Sushmita Vidya madam from Canada.
हरिओम, आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। सुष्मिता मैम, इनके बारे में थोड़े दो शब्द परिचय के स्वरूप में मैं कहना चाहता हूँ। सुष्मिता वैद्य मैम जो है मूलतः भारतीय है। साथ में मैम ने पूना विश्वविद्यालय से LLB का अभ्यासक्रम पूर्ण किया है। वह डॉक्टर बाबा साहेब अम्बेडकर लॉ कॉलेज धुले के पूर्व छात्रा है। मैम धुले बार एसोसिएशन की सदस्य रह चुकी है और साथ में सुप्रसिद्ध वकील जो जीवी गुजराती, इनके साथ भी उन्होंने कार्य किया है। भारत में उपभोक्ता शिक्षा अनुसंधान केंद्र अहमदाबाद तथा मुंबई ग्राहक पंचायत प्रधान कार्यालय मुंबई में भी कार्य किया है। मैम 2006 से टोरंटो कनाडा में रह रही है। साथ में मैम ने निपटान परामर्शदाता और कानूनी कार्यकर्ता के रूप में कार्य करना, जो बहुधा अप्रवासी महिलाओं, शरणार्थियों और उनके परिवार को विविध पृष्ठभूमि से परामर्श और कानूनी सेवाएं प्रदान करती है। मैम कनाडा में अप्रवासी कानून और परिवार कानून की विशेषज्ञता है। साथ में मैम ने सर्टिफाइड फॉर योगा का कोर्स भी पूर्ण किया है। साथ में मैम को कुछ पुरस्कार उपलब्धियां प्राप्त है, जिसमें अप्रवासी शरणार्थी महिलाओं तथा उनके परिवार की मदद करने के लिए अग्रणी महिला भवन समुदाय पुरस्कार के साथ ओटारिया महिला निदेशालय महिलाओं की स्थिति मंत्रालय द्वारा मान्यता प्राप्त है। यह पुरस्कार उनको मिला है। साथ में नवातुंग तुर्की और शरणार्थियों के साथ उत्कृष्ट कार्य के लिए सेवा उत्कृष्ट पुरस्कार की भी प्राप्ति उन्हें हुई है। टोरंटो पुलिस सेवा के साथ साझेदारी में घरेलू हिंसा से पीड़ित का समर्थन करने के लिए टोरंटो मेयर कम्युनिटी सेफ्टी अवार्ड, जो दुर्व्यवहार कार्यक्रम को कम करने के लिए प्राप्त हुआ है। स्थानीय दक्षिण एशियाई साप्ताहिक समाचार पत्र गुजरात एक्सप्रेस में घरेलू हिंसा की शिकार महिलाओं की 100 कहानियां मैम ने अब तक लिख चुके हैं। वरिष्ठों के साथ स्वयं सेवा कार्य के लिए भी मैम को पुरस्कार प्राप्त है। साथ में विभिन्न भारतीय कनाडाई संस्कृत सामाजिक संगठनों के सक्रिय रूप में भी मैम हमेशा सहभागी होते हैं। ऐसे एक हमारे इस कार्यक्रम के मुख्य कार्यक्रम के उद्घाटक तथा प्रमुख जो वक्ता है, वो मैम का एक छोटा सा परिचय यहाँ पे मैंने करने का प्रयास किया और मुझे संधि दी, इसके लिए योगिता धाम तथा सबने सर, इन सभी का आभार। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. Then I would like to call Mrs. Sushmita Vaidya ma'am from Canada for inaugural address. Please, ma'am.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. It's really my pleasure, my immense pleasure and my honor to join today's webinar. My sincere regards and thanks to all organizers, specifically respected Sabnis sir, for giving me this opportunity. Friends, imagine we are in the room full of women. Now, imagine every third woman in the room will be beaten or raped, or otherwise she will be physically abused by her intimate life partner or by a very close family member. Unfortunately, this is not imagination. This is a fact. In India, every 3 minutes, there is a crime against women. In every 9 minutes, a woman is physically abused at her home. In every 77 minutes, a woman is raped. Every 77 minutes, a dowry death is reported. Globally speaking, every year, 36% women face domestic violence. 46% women are murdered by their intimate life partners. 98% women are sexually exploited. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. These figures, they do not count the cases that are not reported to police and invisible to society. Sadly, violence against women is a global issue. It is happening in every country, every community, and every society in the world. Friends, before I could explain the significant relevance of this issue in the context of theme of our webinar, very quickly we will see the basics of human welfare and other given components. Human welfare defines as health, happiness, prosperity of all citizens. According to United Nations, welfare defines as it is a scenario, it is a state where all the citizens have access to basics so that they can have a better quality life and capacity to participate in their respective communities. These basic amenities are health, education, and income security. Now, the first given component is yoga. I think we all are familiar with yoga. It's a Sanskrit word, it is yoga. Yoga not only, it is not a physical exercise, but it is also not asanas, pranayama, and meditation. It is a healthy lifestyle. A healthy lifestyle by which we can make our mind steady, stable, calm, to unfold the deeper aspects of our personality. And these aspects are physical, mental, emotional, intellectual, and spiritual. I'm not going into the details that how it works. I can only say that yoga is complementary, supplementary for a good health and overall well-being of a person. The second component is science. How we can forget the importance and beauty of science. Right now, I'm in Canada, 30,000 kilometers away from you. It's night in Canada, it's morning in India, and still, within a fraction of a second, we are able to connect with each other. So, like from communication to entertainment, electricity, transportation, agriculture, defense, safe drinking water, environmental issues, medical sector, in forms of diagnostic devices, medicines, vaccines, the revolution science has brought is absolutely incredible. The blessings of science in human welfare are countless. Science is essential because it is an important channel of knowledge, and we know knowledge is power. The third component is law. Law is the basic regulator of the society. It is a set of guidelines and rules and regulations that envelop our life, and it affects the smooth functioning of society. The main purpose of law is establishing standards, resolving disputes, maintaining peace and order, and protecting liberties and rights of all citizens. In addition, laws are also operators of social reforms and modernization of society. And in this connection, the best examples are abolition of practices such as sati, child marriage, and implementation of nationalized banking, and the list goes on. The next component is literature. Literature is a written human expression. It can be a poetry, an essay, novel, science fiction, law reports, law journals, print media, electronic media. Literature gives us idea about people, different countries, lifestyle, food, fashion, human nature, each and every component that affects our human life. Literature not only entertains us, it gives us idea about past, makes us aware of present, and inspires for future. It nurtures our mind. Friends, as we see the basics of human welfare and the given components, it's easy to identify the necessity and the interdependence of yoga, law, science, literature in the process of human welfare, because all these components make us happy, healthy, educated, knowledgeable, and efficient. And it is a proven fact that a healthy person, healthy, educated, knowledgeable person, population is an asset to a flourishing society. And on the other hand, poor health, poor education leads poverty. A human life free of violence and discrimination is a fundamental human right. So, violence against women is a violation of fundamental human right. Violence against women consists a range of behaviors, including physical abuse, mental abuse, physical, emotional harassment, sexual abuse, rape, financial abuse, unwanted pregnancy, forced marriage. Though the circumstances varies from woman to woman, it is the male-dominated society. Social stigma associated with broken marriages, separation, lack of education, poor employment, financial dependency, fear of social isolation, lack of knowledge of rules and regulation and other resources in the community. These are the main factors that contribute silence and tolerance of a woman, even if she is victimized. When a woman is victimized, she has to face 3 trials of life. The first trial is the time and the strength, where she has to carry the physical wounds. The second trial is facing the court trial, where she has to prove her credibility and innocence against the offenders. Here, I would like to share a famous case of Bhavani Devi of Rajasthan. Bhavani Devi, a Dalit woman, she was selflessly educating girls in her village. She was raped by so-called village leaders. With support of her husband, she filed a complaint against the rapist, and the trial began. Despite of all the evidence, the rapists were acquitted on the ground that men from upper caste could not touch a woman of untouchable caste. Judicial decisions like this reflect the mindset, reflect the fabric of our society towards women. And the third trial is facing the society, where by and large, rather than getting support and help, a woman is always blamed for her decisions, for her choices. When a woman is victimized, it not only gives her physical injuries, but it undermines her overall well-being. It affects her ability to learn. It affects her education and career path. If she is working, she has to leave her work. She has to reduce her working hours. and that affects poor income. It leads to poverty. If the children are involved, the consequences are from generation to generation. When the children see that their mother is beaten, abused by father and other family members, it is a tendency that in future they also become abusers because visual impact is powerful. Overall, when a woman is abused, when she is victimized, it affects her day-to-day ability to work, learn, care, thrive, and just to be a human being. And the entire society pays price for that. We take so much pride in our culture and heritage, where a woman represents as a symbol of wealth, wisdom, and power. That's why we pray Goddesses Lakshmi for wealth, Ma Saraswati for wisdom, Devi Durga for power, empowerment. We do celebrate Navratri, we do fasting so that we can have wealth, wisdom, and power. And it's irony. In reality, women are treated with indignities and they are subject to violence. In India, female-male ratio is 914 girls for 1,000 boys. In the last decade, 6 million girls were aborted for a dire desire of Khandan Kawaris. This imbalance in gender ratio is scary. We have to ask that what we are doing and where we are going. Is this the envision where we want to see our legacy and our future as a human being? I'm not denying we have come a long way. Women are toppers in every field. They are scientists, doctors, lawyers, social workers, teachers, professors. At the same time, but this progress is happening within a small pocket of society. And that small pocket is not an indicator to claim that all is well in my society. Because till today, every day, every year, countless Nirbhayas are suffering and dying in our society. Friends, I'm concerned about this issue not only because I'm a woman or I'm against the male folks. No, not at all. I'm concerned about this issue because we are pioneers in yoga. We have constitution, we have laws, we have literature, we have science, a beautiful umbrella, which is for our protection, enhancement, for betterment of life. And till today, a majority of members of our society, they are suffering and they are not getting the basics which are necessary for survival. A woman is a creator of a new life. She is a sustainer and educator of children who are our future. So imagine if she herself is not protected, happy, healthy, knowledgeable, what she will offer to children. And so, how will be their future and so ours? So friend, when we are talking and we are thinking about human welfare, we must acknowledge, we must accept that welfare of women is the foundation of welfare of society. Welfare of women brings welfare of entire society. Swami Vivekananda has said that no welfare in the world is possible unless and until we respect and we improve the condition of a woman in our family. So friends, it is the necessity, it is the need of the time that we must break this silence, reduce the tolerance, and increase the responsibility by initiating an action to prevent violence against women. I do believe that We all have the capacity and ability to work on it. We don't need to create a new vaccine or mechanism for that. We simply need to act. The core of our society is me, my family. So we must start from us. We must start educating ourselves to respect, to honor, to celebrate the female members of family for what they are, rather than controlling, dominating, humiliating, and insulting them. I know it's not an instant recipe. It will take time, but we must start right now. Each and every effort of all of us counts, and let this rage of violence against women ends once and for all. And let us create a beautiful, healthy world where everyone is accepted, inclusive, and respected. Once again, thank you so much and have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am, for those precious words. It was really helpful and motivating. Then I would like to call Mr. Bapu Sahib Arun Mahale sir for the presidential address.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello.
बाबू साहेब आवाज येतोय बोला.
Hello, everybody. मैं अरुण महाले, उपाध्यक्ष योग धाम धुले, ये आज के कॉन्फ्रेंस का उद्घाटन करने जा रहा हूँ और वो कार्य उद्घाटन हो गया ऐसा मैं घोषित कर रहा हूँ. धन्यवाद.
Thank you, Bapu Sahib. Thank you very much. And Sushmita Madam's speech was really wonderful. It is said, well begun, half done, and it was a wonderful beginning. It's midnight there, and it's just 10 o'clock and 9 minutes. We are very much on time. Thank you, Bapu Sahib Arunji Mahale, who is the chairperson of this inaugural session, and Sushmita Madam's speech, because she has the base of law. She is working for the depressed and the people who are harassed, exploited, who need justice. So thank you very much. All the way from Canada, you are joined. It's midnight still. You pine to speak for us, and really it was a very wonderful, thought-provoking, brainstorming speech. And definitely the women folk, the girls, must have been motivated, encouraged. They came to know how the problems are and how they should be solved. We cannot think and talk of human welfare until we bestow, we ensure there is justice, there is equality, and there are human rights. Until women are treated as human beings, we cannot talk of the pious phrases of human welfare. And this is what you talked about. And so there are so many laws, but until the male mentality or the social mentality changed, this equality, this equal treatment, human welfare, human values, human rights, they cannot be ensured. So thank you so much, Honorable Sushmita Madam. She doesn't like to be called honorable. She feels she's one of us.
It's always my pleasure. No.
And
actually, I am eager to listen all the dignitaries because considering their expertise, so it's my honor and privilege to participate in this webinar. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And see, Honorable Madhusudan Penna sir, who is a Vice Chancellor himself, is on the way, but because of our very humble request to him, he is traveling, he's in the car, but still very much eager to speak. But without wasting a single second, may I please request the very active and dynamic secretary of Yog Vidya Dham, Shankarrao Chavan, Health Center, Dhule, Maharashtra, Yashwant Patil sir, for the vote of thanks of this inaugural session. And soon after this, there will be the keynote address by Honorable Professor Dr. Madhusudan Penna sir. Over to you, Yashwant Patil sir.
हेलो सबने सर मेरी आवाज पहुंच रही है आप तक?
जी जी।
योग विद्या धाम धुले और एल्टाई चैप्टर खानदेश चैप्टर की ओर से आयोजित इस सम्मेलन में सभी साधकों का मैं स्वागत करता हूं। आज के इस सत्र में उद्घाटक के रूप में हमें सुष्मिता जी वैद्य यहाँ पर जिनको हमने आमंत्रित किया था, उन्होंने उनकी भाषा में जो हमें मौलिक विचार यहाँ पे प्रदान किए हैं, मैं इन दोनों संस्था की ओर से उनके आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। साथ में इस सत्र के लिए चेयरपर्सन के रूप में आदरणीय अरुण महाले जी, जो योग विद्या धाम के उपाध्यक्ष है, उन्होंने इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के बारे में जो विचार रखे हैं और जो हमें शुभकामनाएं दी है, उनके भी मैं इन दोनों संस्था की ओर से आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। साथ में हमारे संस्था के अध्यक्ष अप्पा साहिब, उनके मैं यहाँ पे आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। साथ में हमारे जो ज्येष्ठ संचालक यहाँ पे जुड़े हैं, जैसे सुधाकर दादा है, लता मैडम है, इन सबके मैं यहाँ आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। और विशेष करके कोस्टारिका से जो मारियल क्रूज, जो पहले ही हमसे अन्य माध्यम से जुड़ी थी, उनके भी मैं यहाँ पे आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। साथ में प्रोफेसर पतंजलि जी मिश्रा, जो इस योग सम्मेलन में उनके विचार रखने जा रहे हैं, उनके भी मैं यहाँ पे आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। और इस उद्घाटन सत्र के लिए तथा कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए जो सभी जिज्ञासु साधक यहाँ पे जुड़े हैं, उनका मैं संस्था की ओर से आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। और अन्य सभी साधकों ने जिन्होंने इस सम्मेलन को यशस्वी करने के लिए अपने श्रम दिए, उनके सबके मैं आभार व्यक्त करके मेरे दो शब्द यहाँ पे समाप्त करता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
Very much, sir. Thanks a lot, Honorable Yashwant Patil sir, for a very brief vote of thanks. And now we are joined by Honorable Keynote Speaker, Professor Dr. Madhusudan Penna sir. He is a great person. Last time also we requested him to guide us. He is working as the Vice Chancellor in a university in Nagpur. कवि कुलगुरु कालिदास
शिडीचं उदाहरण नाही का सुरुवातीला ते आवाज ऐकला तो तसाच होता ना.
So Yashwant Patil sir, please mute yourself. The entire world is listening to you. And thank you very much, our very dear Maher कडनं तुम्हाला आमचा नमस्कार आहे. Maher कडून तुमच्या डोळ्याकडून
अरे तुम्ही मला इतकं नको. It's really my pleasure.
You inaugurated this, and definitely the light that you threw on different aspects and issues will enlighten so many people. And after this inauguration, dear friends, we are moving towards the first speech, that is keynote speech, and we have Honorable Madhusudan Penna sir. I think he needs no introduction at all because he is a very tall personality, and introducing him will actually belittle his personality. So I request Honorable Penna sir, who is actually traveling, he is in his car. Please start your audio and video, sir.
Namaste, sir.
Sir, namaskar, namaskar.
Yeah, very warm good morning to all of you. I'm very sorry that I'm traveling, and that's why I would like to off my video and share my ideas with you. Very good morning. Today, we are in the one-day international e-conference on human welfare through yoga, science, law and literature. This is organized by Yoga Vidya Dham, Dhule, Shankarrao Chavan Health Center in association with English Language Teachers Association of India, Khandesh Chapter. So a warm welcome to all of you. It is really great privilege that I'm invited to deliver the keynote address during this particular e-conference. And I'm really surprised when Vaibhav sir approached me that I should speak on this occasion. And the topics he has chosen are very variegated, because human welfare through yoga, science, law, and literature. So he has taken 4 different, very important subjects, and how they contribute to human welfare will be the focus of this conference. And I requested him that I would like to speak on the relation of yoga, how yoga can contribute to human welfare. And I'm really very happy that this country, our nation, has contributed yoga to the world. So when it was asked, Vyas Houston, the director of American Institute of Sanskrit near New York, once remarked that in the last millennium, India has contributed 2 things mainly. One is yoga and other is Sanskrit. One is the container and other is the content. Because the knowledge and a proper vehicle to carry that knowledge to the next generations, both are important. And in this journey, I find that India has, through several centuries, produced this yoga, modified that, and perfected and presented to the generations, that the generations can derive maximum benefit from that and shape their future. And for that, they have chosen very typically Sanskrit as the language, though later Pali and Prakrit were also adopted. Initially, it was in Sanskrit language that the yoga texts were written, but later it was felt that yoga should not be confined only to the selected class, it should reach the masses also. And with that objective only, later they had adopted the regional languages or the dialects, and thus yoga had become very popular. So when it comes to human welfare, we have various definitions. See, basically, human welfare is termed in material terms only, that whatever is materialistic, that is his welfare. But compared to the material, physical luxuries and benefits, when we consider the psychological and spiritual matter, it is also welfare because it is all round. So a kind of integrated uh, welfare we can find in this. So when all encompassing welfare is to be properly aimed at and need to be achieved, then yoga seems to be the easiest and most efficient tool, method. And India has through centuries practiced that, enjoyed the benefits of that, and now it is able to give to the world whatever is required by the world. Thanks to the present government also, that International Day of Yoga. So through that we have reached many nations, and there is a kind of awareness, and India's contribution in the field of yoga is rightly underlined. This is really great news and a matter of great joy for all of us, the yoga sadhakas. And in this, when we closely analyze the various aspects of yoga, we find that yoga presented by Patanjali and Gorakhnath, then later Swatmaram Yogindra and other, it presents different aspects. On one side, we have a very beautiful synthetic analysis of the world, and second, the human consciousness, third, human psychology, fourth, getting to the higher consciousness. Though in Patanjali's text we don't find any inferior and superior consciousness, the infra and supra sentient, the categories are not to be found in Yoga Shastra, but Yoga Shastra does definitely take us from the lower to the higher. Maybe we can say the lower means the confined, or we can say the conditioned soul, confined. The soul that is conditioned by ego, intellect, and emotions. So from this, it can take us to the higher. The higher consciousness is actually the supreme motto of Yoga Shastra, the higher consciousness that opens up our awareness to new reality, a kind of new life. That is actually the object of Yoga Shastra, and therefore it tries to train the body, mind, and intellect, so that from the clutches of these three, the consciousness can be totally freed, and the consciousness can reach the top of its purpose, that is liberation or kaivalya in Yoga Shastra. So this is a great objective, and the various hindrances in this journey are perfectly underlined, perfectly pointed out in Patanjali Yoga Shastra, that actually it starts with Vyadhi. So all societies, they want to lead a healthy life, they want to have a very happy, healthy, prosperous life, but because of ill health, they are deprived of that benefit. So when it comes to health, as Patanjali Maharshi has pointed out in his Yoga Shastra, Vyadhi, Sthana, Samshaya, Pramada, Alasya. So all these are various hindrances or impediments in the journey of yoga. So Vyadhi is the first one, which is a kind of humoral imbalance or a kind of imbalance in the homeostatic the health, that is homeostasis in the body. So this imbalance should be properly observed, diagnosed, and when one should come out of that. And for that, various methods are recommended in the Yoga Shastra. So this actually contributes to the physical health. And after all, physical health is the root of all other prosperity. So whatever a person achieves, that is rooted in physical health, and therefore Yoga Shastra lays emphasis on that. But it does not stop there; it goes further. And Patanjali Maharshi very clearly observes that the physical health is rooted in the three dhatu in the body. The three dhatu are the vata, pitta, kapha, the various humors in the body. If there is a kind of disturbance in the equilibrium, the result is ill health. And that ill health should be properly checked in the beginning, initial stage only. That is the first instruction to the yoga practitioner. So through this, the yoga tries to make an individual healthy, through that a family, a society healthy. Okay, then when health is achieved, what is the next step? Suppose an unhealthy person should become healthy, but what is instructed for the healthy person? So in the second instruction, Patanjali Maharshi says a healthy person should try for mental balance. So physical health, then he should go for mental health. What is mental health actually? See, identifying the impurities in ourselves and getting rid of them. This is basically the mental health, because mind as such is the storehouse of all kinds of impurities according to our Indian system. The impurities are in the form of various deeper impressions, vasana we say. So these impressions are so dangerous that they actually determine this birth and the next birth also. Patanjali Maharshi says in the fourth pada of his Patanjali Yoga Sutra, very clearly he says, Jati Deshakala Vyavahitanamapi Anantaryam Smriti Samskarayo Reka Rupatvat. This is the instruction he has given, that wherever you may take birth, your impressions will carry on. Wherever, in whatever body you are born, in whatever time you are born, the impressions, they get carried, and these impressions will determine the nature of birth, the duration of birth, the amount of the amount of quality there in the birth. So all these are decided by the impressions only, and yoga is basically the royal method of getting rid of these impressions. So when impressions are accumulated, naturally they try to find an expression, and entire human life is characterized by these two only, that is impression and expression. So this Yoga Shastra thus basically recommends a method to check these two. One is impression and other is expression. Now, when the impressions are properly cleansed and when the consciousness gets all brightness, then there will be a kind of total dawn of wisdom. Patanjali Maharshi has said, Jnana Deeptihi Aviveka Khyatehi, he said. There is Jnana Deepti. That means a kind of radiance of knowledge. And that knowledge is promised in the Yoga Shastra. And in the first chapter also, he has said that it is the Ritambhara Prajna. Nirvichara Vaisharadye Adhyatma Prasadaha. And he said, Ritambhara Tatra Prajna. And it is not a concept just conceived for the Yoga Shastra. It is not something cooked there, but it is a fact that he is trying to put across. And the fact is that a human being can get out of the clutches of this matter, that is Prakriti, and he can raise himself to the higher consciousness, and the higher consciousness initially opens up new arena of knowledge. And this knowledge is not a second-hand knowledge. So please note the difference, that knowledge we get in the form of information, that is second-hand knowledge. And the knowledge we get in the form of transformation is first-hand knowledge. And Patanjali Maharshi, as the Vedanta system does, focuses on the first-hand experience, first-hand knowledge in the form of transformation within. And I really wonder, with great magnanimity, Patanjali Maharshi has propounded this, that the Ritambhara Prajna is the essence of human life. Ritambhara Prajna. So all our knowledge is in the form of information. We are all trying to get more information and process that information. That is the problem. Because information may give temporary benefits, but it doesn't take us to the final objective of our life. So Patanjali Maharshi says, you are not that what you think. It is opposite to what Descartes say in French, cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. But Patanjali Maharshi wants to say, I am, therefore I think. So मैं मेरा अस्तित्व ये महत्वपूर्ण है. सो पतंजलि के इस शास्त्र में हम देखते हैं कि मनुष्य जीवन के लिए आवश्यक तत्व उन्होंने बहुत सूक्ष्म निरीक्षण से जैसे बताया कि मनुष्य का अस्तित्व है तभी चिंतन है. अब इसके पीछे जो बहुत बड़ा एक रहस्यमय सिद्धांत है वो पतंजलि महर्षि ने बताया भी. उनका कहना है कि हमारे चिंतन, हमारी भावना, हमारे विचार, ये सारे हमें मालूम है, हम उनके साक्षी हैं. तो उनका कहना है कि जो साक्षी है वो आत्मा, वो पुरुष, और सदा ज्ञाताश्चित्तवृत्तयः तत्प्रभोः पुरुषस्य अपरिणामित्वात्, he said. So there is as the mute observer of everything happening within, all emotions, all ideas, all knowledge, all cognitions. So the consciousness is the mute observer, Sakshi. And he wants to say that you have to believe this. And otherwise, what happens? You cannot come out of the hold of mind. Now, in some of the Buddhist schools, they don't believe in some other consciousness than mind. It is Vijnanavada Bauddha. Even Descartes said, mind is consciousness. So mostly people stop there because they think that if mind is not there, there is no consciousness. So everything is stopped. So that is a misnomer in the eyes of Patanjali Maharshi, who says that consciousness is something beyond mind. It is not psychological state. It is beyond that. Though experiments are being done on this, yet concrete result is to come. But I remember what Paul Brunton had recorded in his valuable books. So Paul Brunton was an Englishman He came from London. He traveled across India. He visited so many places, persons, yogi, Baba, sadhu, and all that. But when he came to a Tamil sadhu in Tamil Nadu, he was surprised when he said, "I can stop my breath for few minutes." Then he stopped his breath, pulse rate, everything was stopped. And he was wondering, Paul Brunton, and he said, "I'm an Englishman. I don't believe in all these things. But when I personally see this, there is no reason why I should not believe it. So I believe completely that he can do this." Then the sadhu told him that I'm just a novice in this, I'm a beginner, but my teacher can stop his breath for several hours. And he said, people generally mistake such state as death. And they say, because there is no heartbeat, no pulse rate, no sign of life, and no breath, especially, they declare that the person is dead. But that yogi says that my teacher can hold breath for several hours, and everybody thinks that he is dead. He will not come back. But he has come back. I have seen with my eyes, and that is the greatness of this yoga, he said. And in the last few decades, several people practiced that. But of course, there is the difference that a kind of show off yoga is different from practical experiential yoga, because one is only for others, only a kind of demonstration, and other is a kind of personal experience for personal upliftment. And after personal upliftment, one can go for social reforms also, or social benefit also. So when Patanjali Maharshi says this clearly, that consciousness is something beyond mind, he very aptly composes a sutra, Tada Drashtu Swarupe Avasthanam. So this is related to Yoga's Chittavritti Nirodha. So when he defined yoga as Chittavritti Nirodha, that means it is a kind of sublimation of all our thought waves. Then he says, in that stage, the self is in its true form, that is consciousness. So when mind is stopped, the consciousness remains as pure consciousness. Unless you make a distinction between these two, you cannot understand Patanjali's heart that is there. So Patanjali Maharshi takes us from the physical welfare to psychological one. And in the psychological one also, first he says that as a human being, everybody is he is filled with many types of impurities. These may be in the form of all personal, very petty feelings, petty emotions like ego, jealousy, hatred, attachment, more than required. So all these are the petty feelings that unnecessarily pull this consciousness down to the matter. And Patanjali Maharshi says in the Yoga Sutra that in order to get hold on mind on a kind of sublimation theory is presented. That is Maitri, Karuna, Mudita, Upekhanam, Sukadukha, Punya, Punya Vishayanam, Bhavanatas Chitta Prasadanam. He says, after physical health, when you go for the mental health, you be careful about this, that you channelize your inner force, your psyche, and get to the positive feelings. And positive feelings give tremendous energy. Negative feelings pull us down. So in order to get the positive feelings, so that the psychological, that particular energy or force can be diverted to the consciousness. So he says, first your mind should become pure, then it can get the dharana, dhyana, then there is a chance of getting to the consciousness. So for that he has recommended many methods of cleansing techniques. So these are the cleansing methods like Maitri, Karuna, Mudito, Pekshanam. And an ancient commentator says this is Vasana Yoga. So the way we have to deal with our Vasana and cleanse ourselves from the Vasana, one thing. Then there are Charya Yoga also, like Vishayavativa Pravrittirutpanna Manasaha Sthiti Nibandhani. Then we have Vishokava Jyotishmati. So these are all the various techniques that Patanjali Maharshi has recommended, so that we can get rid of the impurities and we can make ourselves eligible to get to the consciousness. After that, of course, mind also loses its existence and it becomes one with the consciousness. That is a different thing. But here, the process is very beautifully given by our Patanjali Maharshi. And third is our intellectual existence. Because as human beings, we have various level of identity and existence. These are rightly classified as Panchakosha in Taittiriya Upanishad also. The Panchakosha are the Annamaya Kosha, that is the physical one. Then we have Pranamaya Kosha, the energy, vital energy level. Then Manomaya Kosha, the psychic level. Then intellectual Vijnanamaya Kosha, and last Anandamaya Kosha. That is also Kosha. That means a kind of limited one. So Patanjali Maharshi takes us from Annamaya to Pranamaya, then Manomaya. And after Manomaya, he very clearly says that as the mind is trained in this process of yoga through either Ashtanga Yoga or Kriya Yoga or Chitta Prasadana, because all these are useful in the process of yoga, then gradually there dawns a kind of knowledge. And this knowledge is, as I told you in the beginning, is first-hand knowledge in the form of experience. So we get to that, and this first-hand knowledge is Ritambhara Prajna. But how to get that knowledge? When our knowledge is totally expanded, unlimited knowledge, how to get to that? For that, Patanjali Maharshi says, gradually from Vitarka, you get to Vichara, then Ananda and Asmita. So gradually, we have to get into that. These are the gradual stages of meditation, like Samprajnata Samadhi. And he says, as you practice meditation, you get various experiences. Gradually, you get this. When Vitarka is experienced, you are in the state of Vitarka. Then remember that there is another stage, that is Vichara. But when Vichara is there, Vitarka is stopped. Then Vichara, again Asmita, and lastly Ananda and Asmita. These are the stages of Samprajnata. And for this, one should have Vairagya. That means a kind of detachment, not much attachment to the worldly things. Then he can become eligible through Paravairagya to get the experience of Asamprajnata Samadhi. And once these various stages are experienced, then the jiva gets eligible for this Ritambhara Prajna. Because this Savitarka, Nirvitarka, Savichara, Nirvichara are the four stages. Nirvichara is the stage, that is the stage required for Ritambhara Prajna. Patanjali Maharshi says, Nirvichara Vaisharadhya Adhyatma Prasadaha. So only when our mind transcends all the barriers of emotions, when it is cleansed of all impurities, then Nirvichara Vaisharadhya, then that particular yogi is completely established in Nirvichara. It is perfection. And then Adhyatma Prasadaha, there is a kind of complete peace within. And that peace leads him to knowledge. And we all know that when we have sound sleep, we experience that our mind is alert and our intellect is sharp and our mind goes on several things, no problem. So that kind of clarity will be there. We can understand several things. So this brightness comes from the peace. The peace we experience in the state of deep sleep. But Patanjali Maharshi says that we can experience through meditation also. And that meditation, he has recommended that one should practice that, and through that one should get to the higher knowledge, that is Ritambhara. And Ritambhara, that is of course the summum bonum of yoga, but still there are few other steps. Patanjali Maharshi says that the jnana is there, of course. Jnanasya anantya jnayamalpam. That is wide, very, very expanded, unending. Okay, but still, that is not the end of yogic journey. He says that knowledge may dawn upon one, that knowledge may reveal the secret of the entire universe, everything, but still, it is not the end. Because that Viveka Khyati will also stop somewhere. Then this Ritambhara Prajna will mature into Dharmamega Samadhi. But after that also, when everything is stopped, even the awareness has stopped, then whatever remains is the pure consciousness. And Patanjali Maharshi again says that this is the consciousness I'm talking about. This is the ultimate human nature. This is consciousness. Everybody is basically this consciousness. And this consciousness remains unaffected by external stimuli, the influence of Prakriti, the matter. Then the non-influence of this itself is liberation. He has very clearly concluded his yoga treatise saying that this is the end of this. And the other yogic masters in India had perfectly caught this. In Kashmir, we have the Kashmira Shaiva Yoga. In South, North, East, West, we have various yoga schools. Even in the past also, we had several yogic schools, and many yogic scholars had contributed to the development of yoga through their personal experiences. And a milestone in the history of yoga was through Gorakhnath, who had traveled across India, traveled to Sri Lanka, Tibet, even Afghanistan, and established his matha, and many thousands of people had become his disciples, and he had exerted a kind of indelible impression on the minds of several crores of people because he was so powerful, so attractive, so impressive because of his personal experience, and he had given a kind of different dimension to yoga. That is the contribution of Navanatha also in the yoga system. So right from the time of Veda, in between Buddha, Jaina, then Patanjali. After that, our Vyasabhashya, then Vachaspati Mishra, then Bhoj Maharaj, then several other writers also. They also contributed. They enhanced the literature of yoga, and in between, the Hatha Yoga also got into the hands of experts like our Swatma Rama, Srinivasa, and other, and Sundaradeva. So they also had recorded their experiences, their instructions, perfect method of training in yoga, and thus yoga got full expansion. And this yoga contributes directly and indirectly to human welfare, because when a society is healthy physically, mentally, and intellectually, it can do anything. Unfortunately, what happens? A person may be healthy physically, but may not be healthy psychologically. A person may be healthy psychologically, may not be healthy intellectually. A person may be healthy intellectually, but may not be useful to the society. We find in the terrorists, many doctors and engineers, they become terrorists and they go for human destruction. So when that kind of intellect is observed, then we say that such intellect is of no use. Therefore, our physical health, mental health, and intellectual health, all these should be aimed at human welfare, that is in the form of personal upliftment, family betterment, and social upliftment. And in this way, yoga can positively contribute by providing proper tips in the form of therapeutical use, psychological counseling, then our spiritual upliftment. So these are all the various aspects of yoga, and yoga is the integrated method that can contribute positively to all these, and thus to welfare, human welfare. I strongly believe in this, and I'm sure you also will agree with me. And because I'm traveling, I'm very sorry that since I have reached the venue, I have to stop here. Very sorry. But you have given me this opportunity to share my views, my understanding of Yoga Shastra. I'm really indebted to you, and I'm beholden to the organizers and especially the Vaibhav sir, who has kindly and affectionately invited me here. So many thanks, and see you again. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, it's really miraculous. It's really very unusual that a person is traveling, but he is not saying that I cannot do it, but he is very passionately, very eagerly, with lots of devotion and dedication is speaking.
Pranam, sir.
It's really incredible. Pranam, sir. Hats off to you, sir. You must be tired because it must be an overnight journey. And despite that, the thoughts that you put forth, the ideas that you have, and the freshness, the energy that is there, and that is, I think, the miracle of yoga, which is
That is your love,
reflected.
sir. That gives me strength.
Thank you, sir. It's your greatness, really. Such a great person is so humble. So a person with lots of caliber, potential, academic achievements is so down to earth. Is something that the younger generation needs to learn. Thank you so much for the keynote address, which was full of keys, ideas, and thoughts. And at the same time, there were so many notes to be taken because you covered a very large area of academics. So thank you so much on behalf of Yog Vidya Dham's
Thank you, sir.
Shankarrao
Thank you.
Chavan,
Sir,
Shankarrao
namaste, sir.
Chavan, Vastekendra, Namaste, sir, and ELTAI Khandesh chapter. I express my deeply felt gratitude and gratefulness to you, sir. Thank you. Now we are moving towards the next session, dear friends. And we have Honorable Professor Sagar Sharma from Nepal. A warm and hearty welcome to you, sir. Again, another person who is such a wonderful person, if you look at his profile, but he's again very much down to earth. He didn't share even his profile. He said, Koi jarurat nahi. And when I invited him, he said that, am I invited as a speaker or I can attend, no problem. So really, we are blessed with such very, very humble, simple human beings today. And I request my dear PhD scholar, the vice principal of his college, research guide in Pune University, Dr. Kalyan Kokne sir, to host this session. And for this session, my very dear friend, my elder brother, Professor Dr. Santosh Kumar Patil from Shahda, Maharashtra, is the chairperson. So really, we are blessed by the gracious presence of all these dignified people, dignitaries. Over to you, Dr. Kalyan Kokne.
Thank you very much, sir. I welcome, good morning to all. Myself, the PhD disciple of Honorable Dr. Vaibhav sir. I welcome all the dignitaries for this virtual conference on International E-Conference on Human Welfare through Yoga, Science, Law and Literature, organized by Yoga Vidya Dham Dhule and ELTAI Khandesh chapter. Friends, we have Honorable Professor Dr. Sagar Raj Sharma from Nepal as a resource person for the first plenary session of the conference. I also announced that Honorable Dr. Santosh Kumar Patil is the chairperson for this session. So I request him to chair the session. Friends, I would like to introduce Honorable Dr. Sagar Raj Sharma. He is the Dean of Kathmandu University School of Arts, Hathiban. He has been a leading figure to develop the status of Kathmandu University School of Arts. He earned the PhD Development Economics from Fukuoka University, Japan. He is currently doing research in centers around the land use and land reform, migration and development, contested development and foreign aids. He has published many papers in scholarly research journals and published many books of repute. He has guided several research scholars. The colleges from Nepal talked with Dr. Sharma about current perspective and status of social science in Nepal. He worked on the development of arts and culture in Kathmandu University, Nepal. He contributed to the development studies, community development, economics, media studies, arts and design, ethnomusicology, and Buddhist studies. So I request such a great scholar to host this session as a resource person for the first plenary talk. May I request now Honorable Dr. Sagar Sharma to enlighten us with his scholarly talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Namaskar, Hari Om. Thank you very much indeed for that wonderful introduction. I'm very humbled. I'd like to start by thanking Dr. Savanis for bearing with me, showing your patience. I'm not always responding to you, perhaps through my emails and all that, because I don't, as you said, more than the tags that we want to show. I think it's the content that really matters. And as soon as I got that invitation, I first asked myself, what is it that I can contribute? Because it's such a fascinating, such a wonderful theme that you have chosen. And from a disciplinary perspective, I come from as was just so nicely introduced by Kalyanji, I come from a development studies field, so I do talk about well-being a lot, and that's what I'm going to talk about today. But I request all of you to bear with me, because there may be some disciplinary bias you will find in what I'm going to talk today. But and the theme of today's e-conference, human welfare through yoga, science, law, and literature. I mean, you could, I guess, spend the whole day, or in fact, days talking about science and welfare, law and welfare, literature and welfare, yoga and welfare. So, and it was such, resounding, so much learning there in today's inaugural address by Susmita ma'am there, but when she talked about her experience and her knowledge and expertise regarding how law and violence against women, for example, women's welfare, human welfare in general matters, and why we should not forget those things when we talk about welfare in general. And by the keynote Vice Chancellor Sir just earlier about what yoga science can do. So wonderful beginning, I think, to today's program. What I'm going to talk to you about is, try to put all that in today's context from a different lens, first of all, and then I'm going to go back and end with my personal experiences regarding yogic sciences. I think this is one of the things I accepted this invitation today, was that I thought that we should be talking about these things, human welfare. When if we just look around, look at the conflicts, the problems, the uncertainties, the inequalities, the violence that all of us, human beings in general, are facing all over the world. And as was spoken earlier, we are so obsessed, it seems, by the material growth around us and the technological advantage. Thanks to the technological advantage, of course, I mean, no doubt, they are not to be given any less value, because without the technological advances, we would not be able to have this e-conference, for example. So there's clearly a lot to benefit from. But having said that, there's a lot of exploitation, there's a lot of abuse, there is a lot of misuse in technology as well, and that is highlighted perhaps by the use, or rather misuse, abuse of social media. One of the key components of the new media these days. I mean, we just have to look at how social media is being used today. Very aptly earlier, there was some lines on the difference between information and real knowledge. Social media gives you a lot of information. We don't know whether that information is right or not, we don't even know whether that information is needed or not. We tend to judge others by the postings on Facebooks. And we also expect to be judged. If we don't get likes, we may not sleep properly. Enough likes is what makes you successful. I mean, it's almost our status is tied to the status of our social media, how active you are and how many likes or dislikes you get. So that is the sort of world we live in. That is a reality. On average, according to the tech jury, which is a which is a company that looks around the use of technology, social media, internet around the world, it says we are spending almost 3 hours per day, all of us, in average. We're using social media for 3 hours per day. 3 very important hours per day. Surely we must be using them when we're awake. So, 8 hours we're sleeping, some 5-6 hours we're doing other things, then maybe 7-8 hours we're working, and we're using 3 hours, every person. Just look at how obsessed we are in that, and we sort of identify ourselves with the use of internet or social media. We sort of think that is, good. That leads us to something better, something, we something that we didn't have. I mean, if there was no social media, we would not be sort of complete, as it were. So, and what we have seen also, sadly, is through that obsession, because of that obsession of having to use Facebook or Instagram or WhatsApp or all these things, all these apps, there's a lot of stress and anxiety caused, especially among young people, adolescents. So much so that they are depressed, or they have anxieties, or sometimes even that triggers suicidal thoughts. So there's such a superficial attitude towards whole life that we all of us are involuntarily developing, I think. And it can blind us to what virtue there is, what goodness there is, what good things, really important things there is, because we are blinded by all these superficial, very attractive and very resourceful at times tools that exist out there. And it is in that context that we are today discussing about how to pursue welfare, human welfare, or I for today's purpose want to substitute welfare with well-being, because at the end of the day, it's the inner individual and the societal well-being that we are seeking. But that is the context of today's world. I want to therefore today talk about well-being through the lens of human development, something that was not directly but very much addressed in today's inaugural address as well, and so fascinatingly about the benefits of yoga and yoga practices in the keynote speech earlier. I want to talk about briefly the relationships between what we are able to do, our capabilities, human capabilities, and human well-being. Something many scholars have talked about, especially scholars like Amartya Sen, Martha Nussbaum, and many others recently. But yet, I would argue, not much attention given by the society at large, because I think that's a very important approach to get to well-being, human welfare, or well-being. Development or well-being, welfare in general. I mean, we talked about the well-being of mind, body, and all those our consciousness in the benefits of yoga earlier. But if you were to, for a moment, think about well-being from the human development perspective, human being, again, we, you and me, and our capabilities and our potentialities, way to realize our potentialities. But it is somehow almost always interlinked, intertwined with the notion of development that we all have and the surrounding politics, socio-economic and political surroundings that we all ourselves find in. There's, the key to the approach to finding well-being. There may be so many ways you can do. We can pursue well-being: philosophical, spiritual, cultural, social, environmental, economic, and so on, political. There is no doubt huge discontent today that exists among the people. I mean, everywhere you go, you see discontent. People are not satisfied. People are angry. People are protesting. So much so that people are bombing each other these days as we speak, literally. This clearly, they are very far away from what we would want to see as a state of happiness or contentment or well-being. Something is missing clearly in today's world, exacerbated by perhaps the 2-year, 3-year pandemic that we all faced, turned our families and societies upside down, created so much panic and anxiety and uncertainty, and also conflicts that we see around as we speak. And one thing that we see, I think, is these conflicts, these pandemics, what do? They widen the inequality gap that already exists in the world. So, to give you one example, the pandemic, one of the recent reports that I read says that during the pandemic, in the last 2.5 years, the world's richest 1% have seen their combined wealth increase by more than $500 billion. The same report says, this is by Oxfam, it says the world's richest 1% have more than twice as much wealth than 6.9 billion people today, as we speak. That is the sort of inequality we find ourselves in today. Also, I mean, it's not just a new thing. I mean, it's not, inequality is not new thing. It was always there, you could argue. I don't want to go into too much of economics today, but there's something called a Zinni Coefficient, which measures inequality, and 0 is when all assets and income are equally distributed. 1 is when only one person is holding all the income and resources. So if the Gini coefficient is closer to 1, it's very unequal. If it's closer to 0, it's very equal. It's equal. 200 years ago, 1820, we had a Gini coefficient of 0.43 towards 0. Now, Gini coefficient in 2020, after 200 years today, is 0.7. We're closing towards 1, which is the most unequal stage. So that is the actual reality that we find ourselves in. Also, and no wonder there is so much discontent because of this inequality as well. And also the two grand narratives of the 20th century, which goes on even now today, I would argue, socialism and liberalism. Socialism was supposed to give us guarantee by the all-powerful, all-encompassing state that people's welfare, well-being would be guaranteed. But then we saw that people's own agencies and freedoms were curtailed, and therefore that has been a contested notion, very much rejected in many places. On the other hand, liberalism, which is supposed to guarantee man's personal freedom and personal achievements through competition, has failed to sort of realize and value the societal interconnectedness and interrelationship that we so thrive in. So it has not been able to glue the society together. And therefore, all these grand narratives haven't really given us any answers that we want. Neither do the economic indicators give us any answers about how to achieve wellness, well-being rather, in today's world. So against this stark reality of extreme inequality, add to that the violence that exists. For example, violence against women, as was highlighted earlier in the inaugural speech, and a violence against so many other groups of people. It is against that background that we're seeking to achieve and attain well-being. To do so, however, I think we need a shift in paradigm, shift in our thinking, the way we look at things. We have to first stop from being obsessed with GDP growth, material growth, numbers. I think for far too long a time, the governments around the world have been too obsessed with numbers. I mean, Nepal, India, the Bharatvarsha that we are all in, we're so proud of. And it is where the Vedas and the yogic sciences, the origin of Vedas and yogic sciences, such a wonderful tapovumi that we all live in. Even we, it seems, our nations, our governments, our law policymakers have forgotten the great wealth and heritage and knowledge that we actually have in our own fields and villages. We've forgotten that. And we're also blindly running after GDP growth. And so, first of all, I think we need a paradigm shift in that sort of approach. Not saying that income is not important. No. Not saying that resources, assets are not important, but they are surely not the only indicators of development or well-being. They should be, I would argue, and the capability approach argues, as the means to valuable ends. Valuable ends meaning the ends that we all have reason to value. What is it that you really want to achieve and do and be in your life? And how does these means, how do these means lead you to be able to lead a life that you have reason to value? That's so important, I think, because well-being is not just about what an economy produces or consumes, measured as its GDP growth, as I said, but more about what these production and consumptions that we all need to do, but what do these activities do to people and their environment and their well-being? So it's not just about producing and consuming. It should not be just about producing and consuming. Rather, it should be about what impact do they have in your lives, in the quality of your lives, and your well-being. There have been different initiatives recently, no doubt. We've seen different approaches. For example, the Kingdom of Bhutan has what it calls the Gross Happiness Index, arguing that happiness is more important. We've had the UK's National Wellbeing Index as well. They're all, in a way, trying to sort of challenge the existing mainstream arguments, the grand narratives that exist, that I talked about earlier, the socialism or liberalism, as if there are only those two alternatives available for us. And we are arguing through this event today that no, there are other ways as well to achieve well-being, inner happiness, welfare, because I think it's not just about individual. What I'm arguing here is the individual well-being in the individual. What is the capability approach, as I've been saying, which looks into what it calls in its vocabulary agency and well-being, meaning something for humans to be able to decide what it means to live well in relation to each other and how to do so. So it's your own well-being is important, but it's also very important how you put yourself in the larger society and how to achieve that. So, and if we are concerned about well-being and welfare, it's not just, we should not just limit ourselves worrying about income or resources. Rather, we need to think of a more wholesome way and capabilities. I think capability approach offers that wholesome, more holistic approach towards achieving well-being, because it stresses on the opportunities that are around you. How do you create opportunities so that people are able to lead a life that they have reason to value. Now, I mean, I don't know how many of us are in this group today, 50, 60, 100 maybe. Each of us have things that we value. We may differ. I may want education. I may want good health. I may want good environment. I may want space to practice my yoga, for example, or I want to practice yoga. All these things that I want to care for my elders. I want to have a good health system for my children, for example. I want a violence-less society. I want women to be treated with respect. These are the things you value. But then how do you create those opportunities? So first of all, in order to be able to get there, having those opportunities are so important so that you are able to enhance your capabilities to be able to do the things that you value, to be able to be the way you value. Increasing opportunities and enhancing capabilities, therefore, of people to be or to do what they have reason to value, such as, for example, pursuing education. I want to go to university because I want to value I want to achieve certain goals that I value. Or participating in community activities. I want to clean that river near my house because that helps put the society, that village, clean and healthy. I want to engage in spiritual discourses that will uplift me spiritually. I want to do yoga practices and meditation. I want to appreciate art, literature, and beauty. Move freely from place to place, to name a few. So the important thing is to be able, that we first of all need to create opportunities so that we're able to do all those things that we value, so that we are able to be what we want to be. Because if you are able to do or be what you have reason to value, you have better possibilities of achieving well-being. There is a plethora of literature on that, and I'm not going to go into the core, hardcore literature of capabilities and well-being from a economic or developmental perspective. That we can do some other time, but I just want to mention here perhaps is that there's so much literature and knowledge that exists out there, that great philosophies around the world, Eastern philosophy in particular, have guided us to achieving well-being through enhancing our capabilities. And I argue that yogic sciences or yoga practices, for example, enhance your capabilities, our capabilities. That's why yoga is so important, so effective, because it doesn't just talk about your physical wellness or physical fitness. Through that, it's mental and your conscience and your inner peace of mind and your sharpness, and develops a positive attitude, as was so eloquently highlighted earlier. So I don't want to go into that. But my argument here is yoga sciences, through yoga practices, we're able to enhance our capabilities. Through that, we're able to achieve well-being. We have great scholars in today's August gathering, I know, so I'm not going to talk much about what the different great different religions and cultures say about, but just a few lines. We all know the Hindu way of life, for example, is directed towards development of that intrinsic well-being through cultivation of certain attitudes, habits, and values. We all do that. Now, yoga is one of them. That we cultivate, we train ourselves. That rigorous training of mind and body will help you achieve that intrinsic well-being. That's the argument. And there are different forms and modalities, which is beyond the scope of today's event. Buddhism also talks very much about, and I'm sure you're all aware of that. It emphasizes on the individual's self-awareness and personal development through meditation and simplicity, leading a simple life. And so do other great religions and philosophies. They all have shown us ways of enhancing our individual capabilities so that we're able to lead the lives that we have reason to value. In the introduction, it was mentioned that I spent some time in Japan. Yes, indeed, I was very fortunate to spend some of my years, learning years in Japan. And when I was fortunate enough to be able to practice Zen Buddhism there in a monastery for 5 years. And that gave me a new perspective, new insight into what Zen philosophy actually teaches. It teaches, for example, it emphasizes on meditation for achieving the calmness of mind, as they put it, the awareness of the physical sensations, and the observations and the interactions, and ultimately reaching a stage where we feel the oneness with the environment, oneness with the world, which is very similar to what our Hindu philosophy also has always taught us, I think. So there are so many great religions and cultures and philosophies that actually have always guided us towards achieving well-being. My worry, my concern here is we've forgotten all those great philosophies and the teachings that are out there, and we've been blinded by what we call this modern development, modern advancement, spearheaded by the technological advancement that we find ourselves embroiled in these days. So, and everything, we've forgotten to go deeper. It's just that because everything is so easily available now, you don't have to. You don't even have to make an effort to dive deeper into anything. And that's the concern here. How do we inspire our youths and students and the next generation to dive deeper into what knowledge there is, what virtue there is, to see the true beauty of life and environment, and not just limit ourselves into our iPhones and the different exciting apps that exist out there today. And so we think, and I also believe that yoga practices, meditation, yoga practices particularly, will help us at least start forcing ourselves to look into ourselves, look into finding the true wellness, the true well-being, and the true happiness that lies inside us. And then through that, we see the broader wellness. What we have done, one of the things that we've started at Kathmandu University here in Nepal is started a Himalaya Center for Asian Studies, HICAS, which I'm leading now. And through HICAS, we're starting yogic sciences and well-being. That's what we're starting. We're starting yogic sciences and well-being because we think there's a very intrinsic linkage between yogic science and well-being. So we think we need to talk about and show that to our youths and next generation more and more. So we've started that. So that's what I feel. I'd really like to thank once again the organizers for inviting me to such a wonderful conversation that we're having today. I learned so much from the earlier two speeches. I continue to. I look forward to learning more from the following speeches after this. But I would really like to thank you for giving me this opportunity and seeing you all through this platform. Thank you and namaskar.
Thank you. Namaskar, sir. Thank you very much once again on behalf of Yog Vidya Dham Dhule, Dhule Shankarrao Chavan Health Center and English Language Teachers Association of India, Khandesh Chapter. Sir, I express my sincere thanks and we would like to remain in your debt. Sir, really you have delighted us. You have enlightened us, guided us with your in-depth knowledge. Indeed, it were your experiences, your work, your research, your socialism, liberalism, and your thoughts of modern advancement. Thank you very much, sir, once again for your very interesting, thought-provoking talk for the participants. Thank you very much once again. Honorable Dr. Santosh Kumar Patil, sir, has chaired the session. He is the research guide of Kavitri Bahinabai Chaudhary, North Maharashtra University, Jalgaon, in the subject English. He has presented and published many research papers and chaired several national and international conferences. He has chaired this session, so may I request him to offer us with his brief concluding remarks as a chairman of the session. So, Honorable Dr. Santosh Kumar Patil, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kokne, that is undergoing Dr. Kokne. And I put my sincere thanks to my friend and organizer of this international e-webinar, Dr. Vaibhav Sabnis, Yog Vidya Dham, Dhule, Shankarrao Chavan Center, and all the honorable academicians gathered over here for this webinar and dear participants. I feel myself very privileged to chair this session because since last 1.5 hours, I enjoyed the intellectual feast through their intellectual speculation by different academicians. Instead of putting some more remarks on yoga, science, literature, I am putting my observations human welfare through 4 aspects of yoga, science, literature, and law. Before to put my remarks, I would like to say that what does welfare mean? If we interpret this word welfare in dictionary terms, in legal terms, in language terms, then it is that it is the general health or happiness of a person or a group or an animal or a living creature. So welfare, the term welfare is not limited only to a human being. It is open to all, for any living creature, whether it is a one cell animal up to us. And adding to it, I would like to say welfare is an inner urge, an inner wish that has been here in welfare. And from last 1.5 hours, I myself observed and experienced the urge of all these dignitaries, the inner urge, inner wish of these dignitaries to do something for the welfare of individual, for the welfare of a person, for the welfare of a society, and for the welfare of living creature. Have you observed that? It's 11:30 here in India, and it might be midnight in Canada. But we are very fortunate that Ms. Smita, she enlightened us even in at midnight from Canada. She put her views on women welfare. She put some figures before us on women welfare, and she touched all the aspects of welfare of a human being. That's inner urge. That's her inner wish to do something good for the society, to do something good for the individual, to do something good for the group of human is itself a classic example of welfare. That I observed personally. It's a midnight in Canada and it's a noontime in now it's a noontime in India. One could have denied the invitation, but instead of that, she chaired the session, and in her inaugural address, she extremely very well said about various aspects of human welfare, and she touched all the 4 components. Her speech, her inaugural speech is a different thing, leave it apart, but just see the inner urge, the inner wish that comes from the heart of a person to do something good for the society. It itself is a welfare. That's a classic example of a human welfare. Thereafter, the keynote addressee of today's webinar, Dr. Madusa, he was traveling. He is the Vice Chancellor of Nagpur University. Dr. Vaibhav Sabni has earlier rightly said, but he also enlightened us without putting any reason, without putting up personal problems, and touch the theoretical aspects of yoga, and he linked his experiences with the welfare of the human being. This urges itself indicates the success story of this today's webinar. It itself is a core of this webinar. Dr. Sharma has put a different human capabilities of social welfare, and he has very well in detail expressed, put various figures of economic figures, economic upliftment, and all the aspects of human welfare. And moreover, as a personal, as an individual, since last 2 years of pandemic times, I have observed, I have experienced the great team efforts of Vidya Dham, Dhule, Shankarrao Chavan Center, and the organizer of this today's webinar, Dr. Vaibhav Sabni. I'm not going to praise him because he has invited me or chaired me for this session, but I am putting my real experiences, real words for him. From last 2.5 years since the arrival of pandemic, he is doing far better, organizing national conferences, webinars, and so many platforms for the academicians, for the individuals. This inner urge, that the inner wish to do something good for the society, to do something good for the individuals, to do something good for the academicians itself is a classic example of self-urge of human, self-urge of an individual for the human welfare. So as a chairperson of this session, at the beginning, I can say that the basic theme and conference, the basic theme of this conference is already touched by these different aspects, by the academicians, by the organizers, by the inaugurators, by the keynote addresses. And we are living in India, as these four components have been rightly chosen by Dr. Vaibhav Sabnis: yoga, literature, science, and law. As living in India, we are very fortunate. We have a great constitution, which itself ensures the guarantee of human welfare to us. Our preamble itself that ensures the justice, social, economic, political, that touch to the law component of human welfare. The fundamental rights as indicated in the Article 23 and 24, and the directive principles of state policy, which are not enforceable in any court under the Article 37, 38, 39A, and Article 39. These are the components of human welfare under the component of law. It means that we are living in a country, we are very fortunate, where our law itself binds us and forces the human welfare, social welfare. Whether it has been fully achieved or not, or whether we are under process of it, that's a different thing. But the law, with the set of law, the constitution, our constitution itself guarantees, itself ensures the human welfare for us through different articles, through different binding forces. Science, that is another component for human welfare. Today's webinar meet is a classic example of it. Inaugurator of this function is living in Canada. She is from Canada. One speaker is from Nepal. Keynote addressee is traveling in a car. And all these have met on one single platform. I can say under the umbrella of Yoga Vidya Dham and the able organization of Dr. Vaibhav Sabnis. That's itself a reflection of the contribution of science for the human welfare. Just imagine if this science could not have been there, can we listen Dr. Sushmita from Canada? What rightly and what with the speculation and for studies, she put a good figures of human welfare before us. Dr. Madhusudan put a different aspects of our ancient scriptures before us. Dr. Sharma put economical indicators and through their human capabilities. And we are benefited, enlightened, privileged by all these dignitaries under the umbrella of Yoga Vidya Dham itself is the contribution of science for the human welfare. However, although science plays its role, but we have to do our role also in it. We have to add our role also in it. And as personally and as individual, I can say proudly that since last 2.5 years, I am experiencing, observing, enlightening the use of science by Dr. Vaibhav Sabnis, by organizing different conferences, webinars, seminars on different subjects, variety of subjects. For what it is? It is for the welfare of the individual, welfare of the society, and welfare for the academicians, welfare for the intellectuals. It's for us. So science can play a very great role for the welfare of the human being, for the welfare of the individual, and this conference itself is an example of it. Yoga. For what yoga is? Yoga has a very vast application. Instead of commenting on it, I would like to say the crux of yoga is, it is for the mental social health of individual, and it is the individual which is a part and parcel of society. If individual is mentally happy, mentally healthy, then automatically society becomes mentally healthy and happy, and that role is very well played by the Yog Vidya Dham and the whole team. I would like to put the whole credit for the Yog Vidya Dham, Dr. Barche, Dr. Mahale, Dr. Jitendra Bhamre, Kalyan Kokne, and all his team associates putting great efforts for yoga, spreading the importance of yoga and the different aspects of yoga to the individual and to the society. And for literature, most of the academicians gather over here, most of the participants gather who are they themselves are part and parcel of literature. I think it's so. So they better know what is the role of literature in the welfare of the human being. Literature plays a key role in the welfare of the human being, very key role. And it is reflected through various modes, whether it is a fiction, poetry, drama, novel, one act play, or anything. So we can get it. I have already said earlier, I don't like to make a deep comments on the contents of literature, yoga, or science or law. As a chairperson of this session, what I observed, what I experienced, and even feel myself privileged since last 1.5 hours that I am putting over here.
Shall you please conclude your remarks?
Yes.
We are already late.
Yes. We are already late. So as a chairperson, I say that this conference up to this time is strictly adhering or sticking to the main theme, and it's a very good. And I think that all of you have been showered or fully feel privileged by the different intellectual feast of all these academicians. With this, I conclude these remarks, and I put my sincere thanks to the organizers for organizing me as the chairperson of this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful remarks as a chairperson. Once again, I express my sincere thanks to Honourable Professor Dr. Sagar Sharma for the plenary talk of the first session. I express my sincere thanks to Santosh Patil sir for being chaired the session. Not but least, it would not be worth if I don't express my thanks and gratitude to my guide, my mentor, the pillar and the person behind this virtual conference, Honorable Professor Sir. And once again, I express my sincere thanks for the participants for the sincere and patient listening. And I hand over the charge of the platform to Mrs. Shobha Bhagat as the session coordinator for the next second plenary session. Thank you to all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sagar Sharma. I personally thank you for your very wonderful. I also thank Honorable Professor Santosh Kumar Patil sir. Both spoke very well. Santosh Patil sir actually reviewed everything that happened since the morning. But Sagar Sharma, hats off to you. Such a wonderful language, content, and everything was really incredible. Thanks a lot. Your presence made this conference really, truly international. Not just the gracious presence, but the precious talk. That's very important. The way you batted, scoring runs from all sides, all directions. That was really incredible. Putting forth the world scenario as well. So that was very, very important, and that was really excellent. So on behalf of English Language Teachers Association of India and Yog Vidya Dham, Dhule, Maharashtra, India, I thank you personally, and on behalf of them also, we'll be very eager to see you again. So thank you. Now over to Shobha Bhagat madam, but because of mic and all, I think there will be disturbance. अगर आप सिर्फ मोबाइल का इस्तेमाल करेंगे तो अच्छा होगा शोभा भगत जी. अगर आप माइक वगैरह यूज करेंगे तो बहुत डिस्टर्बेंस होगा, उसकी आवाज जाएगी. तो मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं कि आप माइक का प्रयोग ना करें, सिर्फ मोबाइल के सामने खड़े रहें। ओके, ट्राई कीजिए मैडम, ट्राई अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ। जयंत सर अनम्यूट करा। और हमें जो गेस्ट मिले हैं हमारे
पतंजलि मिश्र, पतंजलि मिश्र, इनका जन्म 20 मई 1970 में हुआ। ये काशी हिंदू विश्वविद्यालय में वेद विभाग से सीनियर प्रोफेसर है। इन्होंने उत्तर प्रदेश में भारत के वाराणसी में संस्कृत विद्या धर्म विज्ञान अध्यक्ष में वेद पंडित पुरस्कार मिला। 1996 में इन्होंने 20-25 और भी पुरस्कार मिल चुके हैं। 5 पुस्तकें पब्लिश की, 20-25 लेख रिसर्च देश विदेश में हो चुके हैं और इन्होंने 100 इंटरनेशनल सेमिनार किए हुए। जर्मनी और इटली में इन्होंने इंटरनेशनल सेमिनार किए। जर्मनी में हेल्थ वर्क यूनिवर्सल में 11 महीने के लिए क्लर्क और प्रोफेसरों को वहां पे उन्होंने पढ़ाया। इन्हें रिसोर्सेज पर्सन एवं विशिष्ट वक्ता के रूप में आमंत्रण किया गया और अपने अंडर पीएचडी करने वाले 16 छात्रों को शोध निर्देशन दे रहे हैं, जिनमें से 7 छात्रों को पीएचडी की उपलब्धि प्राप्त हुई और 6 छात्रों का शोध निर्देशन अभी शुरू है। संस्कृत में कई नाटक इन्होंने प्रस्तुत किए। दिल्ली में नेशनल स्कूल ड्रामा में वहां पर इन्होंने व्याख्यान दिए। 10-12 थिएटर और नाट्य प्रयोग भी किए। साथ ही इन्होंने अपने भारत में कई वर्कशॉप भी रखे। 100 में से ज्यादा बड़ी संस्थाओं में से यज्ञ करवाए, क्योंकि ये आचार्य वेद विभाग में कार्यरत है। इन्होंने देश के विभिन्न वैदिक लिटरेचर और विभिन्न देशों में कर्नाटक, जम्मू, दिल्ली में वैदिक लिटरेचर किए और संस्कृत यज्ञ करवाए। न कहकर मैं अपना पतंजलि मिश्र के बारे में समाप्त करती हूँ और आदरणीय रिस्पेक्टेड चेयरपर्सन अविनाश धर्माधिकारी सर से रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ कि आप उनके बारे में 2 शब्द।
हरिओम सर। अभी ये जो सेशन शुरू हो जा रहा है, जिसमें प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर पतंजलि मिश्र जी हमें साहित्य के माध्यम से मानवीय कल्याण किस तरह हो सकता है, इसके विचार अभी हमारे सामने व्यक्त करने वाले हैं और हम चाहते हैं कि उनके विचारों से अपना ज्ञान हम बढ़ाने की कोशिश करेंगे। तो मैं प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर पतंजलि मिश्र से विनती करता हूं कि आप आपके विचार हम सभी को व्यक्त करें।
जी नमस्कार, मेरी आवाज जा रही है?
जी सर, जी सर।
श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः। आप्यायन्तु ममाङ्गानि वाक्प्राणश्चक्षुश्रोत्रमथो बलमिन्द्रियाणि च सर्वाणि। सर्वं ब्रह्मोपनिषदं माहं ब्रह्म निराकुर्यां मा ब्रह्म निराकरोत्। अनिराकरणमस्तु निराकरणं मेस्तु। तदात्मनि निरते य उपनिषत्सु धर्माः ते मयि सन्तु। ओम वाङ्मे मनसि प्रतिष्ठिता मनो मे वाचि प्रतिष्ठितम्। आविराविर्मयेधि वेदस्य महानीस्तश्रुतं मे मा प्रहासीः। अनेनाधीतेनाहोरात्रान् सन्दधामि। ऋतं वदिष्यामि, सत्यं वदिष्यामि, तन्मामवतु। तद्भक्तारमवतु अवतु माम् अवतु भक्तारम् अवतु भक्तारम्। ओम शांति शांति शांतिः। नमः सभाभ्यः सभापतिभ्यश्च वो नमः। नमः प्रवरेभ्यो अवरेभ्यश्च वो नमः। आज बहुत आनंद का विषय, हम सब इंटरनेशनल ई कॉन्फ्रेंस में इकट्ठे हुए हैं। उस क्रम में मैं सर्वप्रथम इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में विद्वत समुदाय को और इस कार्यक्रम के आयोजन समिति का बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन मैं करता हूं। उस क्रम में कनाडा से बहन सुस्मिता वैद्या जी का व्याख्यान मैंने सुना। प्रोफेसर मधुसूदन प्रेरणा जी का व्याख्यान, जो नागपुर विश्वविद्यालय की कुलपति वाइस चांसलर है, उनका व्याख्यान मैंने सुना। प्रोफेसर सागर आर शर्मा जी का व्याख्यान, जो नेपाल से है, बहुत ही गंभीर व्याख्यान इन दोनों आचार्यों का सुनने को मिला। आगे के क्रम में बहन मैरीला क्रूज जी का व्याख्यान सुनने को मिलेगा। डॉक्टर केवी रघुपति जी का व्याख्यान सुनने को मिलेगा। ये बहुत ही सौभाग्य का विषय है। एक ज्ञान यज्ञ शुरू किया है हमारे डॉक्टर वैभव सबनीस जी ने, जिसके लिए वो बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन के पात्र है। उसी क्रम में मैं योग विद्या धाम शंकराचार्य सेंटर पुणे के अध्यक्ष श्रीमान किशोर पाटिल जी, प्रोफेसर जीटी वार्चे जी, श्रीमान अरुण महाले जी, डॉक्टर एस राजगोपालन जी, और अभी अभी जिन्होंने पूर्व के सत्र में अध्यक्षीय उद्बोधन दिया, प्रोफेसर संतोष कुमार पाटिल जी और डॉक्टर कोंकड़े जी, आदि आदि महानुभावों का बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करते हुए अपने वक्तव्य का मैं प्रारंभ करूंगा। इन सभी का अभिनंदन, साथ में विशेष अभिनंदन मैं करता हूं डॉक्टर आचार्य वैभव सबनीस जी का और डॉक्टर जितेंद्र भामरे जी का, जिनके सत्प्रयास से यह कार्यक्रम इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर इस समय संचालित हो रहा है। इस कार्यक्रम का जो मुख्य विषय है, वह मुख्य विषय है मानव कल्याण। मानव कल्याण कैसे हो, योग के परिप्रेक्ष्य में, विज्ञान के परिप्रेक्ष्य में, कानून के परिप्रेक्ष्य में और साहित्य के परिप्रेक्ष्य में मानव कल्याण का रास्ता क्या बनना चाहिए, यह इस इंटरनेशनल सेमिनार का विषय आयोजन समिति ने रखा है। अपनी बात मैं अब शुरू करूं। सामान्य क्रम में एक बात समझने की है कि नियम बड़े होते हैं, व्यक्ति बड़ा नहीं होता। नियम बड़े होते हैं, व्यक्ति बड़ा नहीं होता। जितने स्तर पर व्यक्ति नियम का पालन करता है, उतने स्तर पर व्यक्ति बड़ा होता चला जाता है, और जितने स्तर पर व्यक्ति नियम को छोड़ता है, उतने स्तर पर वह व्यक्ति छोटा होता चला जाता है। अर्थात उसका व्यक्तित्व बड़ा तब होता है जबकि वो नियम का पालन करता है, और उसका व्यक्तित्व छोटे व्यक्तित्व का तब होता है जब वो नियम की अवहेलना करता है। और ये जो 4 विषय रखे गए हैं, योग, विज्ञान, कानून और साहित्य, ये सभी किसी न किसी क्रम में ये सभी नियम के द्योतक हैं। ये सभी अपने आप में एक नियम है। अब हम उस क्रम में आगे चलते हैं। हम पहले योग की बात करते हैं। जैसा कि आपने अपने ब्रोशर में जिस क्रम में रखा है, योग, विज्ञान, कानून और साहित्य, उस क्रम में मैं पहले बात करता हूं योग की। ये सब विषय अपने आप में बहुत बड़े बड़े विषय हैं, लेकिन 30 मिनट का समय है, 20 मिनट का समय है। इस 20 मिनट के 30 मिनट के समय में एक हवाई सर्वेक्षण मैं आपको कराने की कोशिश करता हूं। जो योग के माध्यम से मानव कल्याण कैसे हो, इस पर विचार करते हैं। इस पर विचार करने के क्रम में सबसे पहले बात आती है कि योग का मतलब क्या है। तो योग का मतलब है एक धातु है संस्कृत में, युजरि योगे, युज धातु, युजरि योगे युज समाधु युज संयमने, ऐसा करके संस्कृत में धातु है, उससे ये योग शब्द बनता है। योग का मतलब जीव का अपने अल्टीमेट से मिलना, जीव का अपने अल्टीमेट से अर्थात ब्रह्म से, ईश्वर से, अर्थात उसको इस तरह से और सरल भाषा में समझ सकें तो समझें कि आनंद से मिलना, माने जीव का आनंद, जीव को आनंद की जो प्राप्ति होती है वह ही योग है। और जो ये आनंद है, आनंद ही सत्यं ज्ञानमनंतम ब्रह्म सच्चिदानंद रूपाय, सतचित आनंद, ये जो है भगवान का नाम है, यह ईश्वर का नाम है। आनंद जो है ये ब्रह्म का नाम है। तो आनंद को प्राप्त करना, अल्टीमेट को प्राप्त करना, वह ही योग है। अब क्रिया के माध्यम से हम आनंद को प्राप्त करें, स्वाध्याय के माध्यम से आनंद को प्राप्त करें, भक्ति के माध्यम से आनंद को प्राप्त करें, ज्ञान के माध्यम से आनंद को प्राप्त करें, इत्यादि कई रास्ते बन सकते हैं। तो आनंद की प्राप्ति ही योग है। और आचार्य पतंजलि, महर्षि पतंजलि ने अपने अष्टांग योग में यम नियम आसन प्राणायाम प्रत्याहार धारणा ध्यान समाधि अष्टांग योग का एक क्रम बनाया। उस क्रम में ये ध्यान देना होगा हम सभी को, अगर हम योग के माध्यम से अपना कल्याण चाहते हैं तो पतंजलि ऋषि को बहुत बारीकी से उनका अनुसरण करना होगा, उनके आदेश का पालन करना होगा। क्या बारीकी से पालन करना है, संकेत करता हूं। बातें बहुत सी कहनी है लेकिन इतना समय नहीं है, संकेत मात्र करके आगे बढ़ूंगा। जैसे आज हम सभी लोग प्राणायाम करते हैं, योग का एक स्तर है प्राणायाम का। हम प्राणायाम के माध्यम से आनंद की प्राप्ति करना चाहते हैं। अब प्रश्न यह है कि प्राणायाम करने का अधिकारी कौन, प्राणायाम कौन कर सकता है। तो प्राणायाम का अधिकारी होना चाहिए, प्राणायाम करने का तरीका मालूम होना चाहिए, प्राणायाम करने के लिए शरीर आपका प्राणायाम को स्वीकार कर सके ऐसा शरीर होना चाहिए। क्योंकि प्राणायाम करने के लिए शरीर स्वस्थ होना भी बहुत आवश्यक है। शरीर को एक ऑर्डर में होने की आवश्यकता है। ऐसा नहीं कि सीधा सीधा प्राणायाम शुरू कर दिया। हाँ, ऐसा करेंगे तो फिर प्राणायाम का दुष्परिणाम आएगा। समाज में कई जगह दुष्परिणाम आते हुए भी दिखते हैं। तो प्रश्न जिज्ञासा होगी श्रोताओं के मन में कि कौन कौन अधिकारी है। तो अधिकारी प्राणायाम का के पहले यम नियम आसन, यह इसकी सिद्धि होनी चाहिए। अब यम नियम आसन, तो यम क्या है आप सभी जानते हैं। आप लोगों में से बहुत लोग जानते होंगे। अहिंसा सत्यास्तेय परिग्रहाः यमाः। अहिंसा सत्य अस्तेय अपरिग्रह, ये 5 हुआ। अहिंसा सत्य अस्तेय परिग्रहाः यमाः। अहिंसा सत्य अस्तेय अपरिग्रह इत्यादि इन 5 को जो है अपने अंदर अभ्यास के माध्यम से उतारना होगा। हमारे शरीर से हिंसा ना हो, वाणी से हिंसा ना हो, हम किसी को कठोर ना बोलें, हमारे आचरण से किसी की मृत्यु ना हो जाए, हमारे आचरण से किसी को कष्ट ना हो जाए, किसी का दिल दुखे ना, इत्यादि बातों पर ध्यान देना होगा। किसी तरह की हिंसा नहीं होनी चाहिए। अहिंसा की सिद्धि करने की आवश्यकता है। अहिंसा सिद्ध हो अपने शरीर में, अहिंसा अपने शरीर में उतरे, इसका अभ्यास करने की आवश्यकता है। सर्वप्रथम अहिंसा सत्य, सत्य भाव में रहने की आवश्यकता है। हम ईमानदारी को हम पकड़ना पड़ेगा। हम जो हम सब सत्यनारायण की कथा करते हैं, वो कथा और कुछ नहीं है। सत्य व्रतमाचरत, सत्य के व्रत का आचरण करना, सत्य के व्रत को धारण करने की आवश्यकता है। इससे प्राणायाम करने से काम नहीं चलेगा। प्राणायाम के पहले इसकी आवश्यकता है। अहिंसा सत्य अस्तेय, चोरी नहीं करेंगे हम। इन बातों को उतारना होगा अपने जीवन में। सिर्फ बोलना नहीं, हमको करना होगा। अहिंसा सत्य अस्तेय ब्रह्मचर्य, ब्रह्मचर्य का मतलब होता है कि ब्रह्म का मतलब है सतत ईश्वर का चिंतन करना, ईश्वर की तरफ आगे बढ़ना। और साथ में ब्रह्मचर्य का मतलब शरीर को संयम भाव में रखना, शरीर को संयम भाव में रखना और हमेशा सतत ईश्वर को जो पसंद है वो बात करेंगे। एक आप सबने जब किसी का कृपा पात्र बनना होता है तो जो उसको पसंद है वो वैसा आचरण करना पड़ेगा हमको, तब हम कृपा पात्र बन सकते हैं। इसकी बड़ी आवश्यकता है कि हमको अहिंसा सत्य अस्तेय ब्रह्मचर्य और अपरिग्रह बहुत इकट्ठा करने का जो मन होता है। हमारे पास भगवान ने जो दिया, आपके प्रारब्ध से, आपके कर्म के माध्यम से, आपके परिश्रम से जो भी चीजें उपलब्ध हुई, जो भी फलश्रुति मिला, जो भी रिजल्ट मिला, उस रिजल्ट में संतुष्ट होने की आवश्यकता है और बहुत इकट्ठा करने का नहीं। काम अगर चलता है तो काम चलाने की आवश्यकता है। तो अपरिग्रह करना, बहुत कम से कम साधन में अपना अधिक से अधिक कार्य करने का क्षमता बनाना, इन सब गुणों से युक्त होना पड़ेगा सबसे पहले। तो यह यम सिद्ध हुआ। नियम में आना पड़ेगा। शौच संतोष स्वाध्याय ईश्वर प्रणिधानानि नियमाः। शौच का मतलब होता है पवित्रता। पवित्रता का मतलब होता है आभ्यंतर और बाह्य पवित्री होनी चाहिए। बाह्य पवित्री होती है स्नानादि कार्य करने से, बाह्य पवित्री हो जाती है। आभ्यंतर पवित्री जो होगी वह होगी सत्य आचरण करने से। अंतःकरण का निर्मल होना यह आभ्यंतर पवित्री का द्योतक है। तो आभ्यंतर पवित्री के लिए उपाय करना, अर्थात ईमानदारी से रहना और कल्याण भाव से रहना समाज में। और यह आभ्यंतर पवित्री हुई और बाह्य पवित्री स्नानादिक कार्य करके हम अपने को शुद्ध रखें। 2 तरह की बातें हैं। एक बार 3-4 वर्ष पहले जर्मनी जाने की बात आई तो जर्मनी गया मैं वहां, तो लोगों ने यहां से पूछा कि जर्मनी और भारत में अंतर क्या है। तो हमने एक वाक्य में कहा कि जर्मनी में सफाई है और भारत में शुद्धता है, जबकि आवश्यकता इस बात की है कि शुद्धि और सफाई दोनों होने की आवश्यकता है। हमारी जो भारतीय ऋषि परंपरा रही है, भारतीय ऋषि परंपरा में शुद्धि और सफाई, स्वच्छता और शुद्धता दोनों एक साथ जहां एग्जिस्ट करता है, वह भारतीय परंपरा है। लेकिन कालांतर में धीमे 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 क्या हुआ कि शुद्धि एक ने रख ली और सफाई दूसरे ने रख ली, और इससे जो है चीजें पूर्णता को प्राप्त नहीं हो रही, समाज में पूर्ण व्यक्तित्व निखर के नहीं आता। इसकी बड़ी आवश्यकता है कि शुद्धि और सफाई दोनों साथ में होने की आवश्यकता है। तो शौच संतोष, शौच पवित्रता की बड़ी आवश्यकता है, पवित्र होने की आवश्यकता है। अगर आप पवित्र नहीं है, क्योंकि देवो भूत्वा देवम यजेत, देवता बनकर के देवता की आराधना आप कर सकते हैं। देवता बनके देवता की आराधना करेंगे तब देवत्व को प्राप्त करेंगे, और देवता बनके देवता की आराधना नहीं करेंगे तो देवत्व को प्राप्त नहीं करेंगे। तो देवता जो है अत्यंत पवित्र क्रम में रहता है। देवता है, उनसे ऊपर जो अल्टीमेट ईश्वर है, परब्रह्म परमात्मा है, वह अत्यंत पवित्रतम है। तो उन पवित्रतम को स्पर्श करना है, अगर उनको प्राप्त करना है तो हमको पवित्र होना पड़ेगा। कुछ सिमिलरिटी आएगी तब हम उनको प्राप्त कर सकेंगे। और वह जो अल्टीमेट जिसको मैं कह रहा हूं, वह ये आनंद जो है, हम हर व्यक्ति आनंद चाहता है, हर व्यक्ति सुख चाहता है। कोई भी कार्य, ये भी जो कार्य हो रहा है, ये सेमिनार जो हो रहा है, इस सेमिनार में भी, इस सेमिनार का अंतिम फलश्रुति हम, आप या वैभव सवनिश जी, ये सभी लोग, आयोजन समिति, ये चाहता क्या है कि इस कार्यक्रम के अंत में एक अपूर्व आनंद की प्राप्ति हो। यह कार्यक्रम हो और सफल ना हो तो फिर कष्ट होगा। यह कार्यक्रम हो और सफल हो गया, इतने बड़े बड़े विद्वानों ने अपने अपने विचार रखे और कुछ नई बातें निकल के आ गई जो कि भीतर से हमको रोमांचित कर रही हैं, तो वह ही आनंद का जो अनुभूति है, वह ईश्वर की अनुभूति वही है, निराकार ईश्वर वही है, अलग से कुछ नहीं। इसको खूब समझना होगा। तो शौच संतोष और संतुष्ट होने की आवश्यकता। शौच संतोष तपः, तप करने की आवश्यकता। तप का मतलब होता है जिस किसी परिस्थिति में हम हो, जैसी कैसी परिस्थिति हमको प्राप्त हुई हो, उसी परिस्थिति में हम अपने आप को रहते हुए अपने आगे बढ़ने का हम क्रम बनाएंगे, उसी में संतुष्ट रहेंगे, उसमें तपेंगे, उद्वेलित होकर के हम जो है इरिटेट नहीं होंगे। तो तप का मतलब यह है, शौच संतोष तपः। स्वाध्याय करना का मतलब है अपना शाखा स्वाध्याय करने की आवश्यकता है, वेदाध्ययन करने की आवश्यकता है। जिस शाखा के आप अध्येता है उस शाखा का अध्ययन, और साथ में स्वाध्याय का मतलब होता है अपने आप का को मॉनिटर करना कि मैं ठीक चल रहा हूं ना। क्योंकि नियम बड़ा होता है, ध्यान दीजिएगा, एक पारिवारिक नियम और एक जो है ये धार्मिक नियम, शास्त्रीय नियम। तो शास्त्रीय नियम से मैं चल रहा हूं ना, मेरी जो परंपरा घर की है, मेरे भारत की जो परंपरा है, उस परंपरा में मैं ठीक चल रहा हूं ना, इस पर विचार करना हो, स्वाध्याय करना हो। शौच संतोष तपः स्वाध्याय और ईश्वर प्रणिधान। हर जगह वह जो है अल्टीमेट जो है वो पावर जो है हर जगह एग्जिस्ट कर रहा है, इस बात को समझते हुए ही अपना व्यवहार करना। अकेले आप अगर हैं तो ये ना समझे कि मैं अकेला हूं, चोरी कर लूं, अकेला हूं, कौन देखता है मुझे, कहीं ना कहीं कोई देख रहा है। ऐसी अनुभूति के साथ कार्य को करना। जब भी कार्य करेंगे तो ईमानदार कार्य करेंगे, यह भाव बना करके काम करना। तो यम नियम, फिर आसन सिद्ध करने की आवश्यकता है। स्थिर सुखम आसनम, बहुत देर तक हम जो है एक आसन में बैठ सकते। एक तो जो हम आसन करते हैं, कई तरह का जो योग में हम आसन करते हैं, पश्चिमोत्तानासन, मकरासन इत्यादि जो आसन करते हैं, तो यह आसन तो है, ये शरीर स्वस्थ करने के लिए, ये भी व्यायाम है शरीर का, ठीक है। लेकिन आसन का यहाँ पतंजलि ने जो अर्थ लिया है वह लिया है स्थिर सुखम आसनम। एक आसन में स्थिर क्रम में हम विचलित न होते हुए बहुत देर तक बैठ सकते, इसका अभ्यास। जब ये तीन चीजें सिद्ध हो जाती हैं, ये तीन चीजें हैबिट में आ जाती हैं मनुष्य के, तब उस मनुष्य को वो अधिकारी बनता है प्राणायाम करने। और प्राणायाम अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण विषय है। प्राण का मतलब होता है, प्राण ही ब्रह्म, ब्रह्म का रूप है। जैसे बोलते हैं अन्नम ब्रह्म, तो अन्न को ब्रह्म का रूप मानते, वैसे जो प्राण है यह ब्रह्म रूप है, यह आनंद रूप है। प्राण को अगर आप समझ गए, प्राण को अगर आप प्रयोग करना सीख गए, तो आप एक तरह से ब्रह्म को समझ रहे हैं। तो इसलिए जो है प्राणायाम करने का क्रम और ये सब चीज अपने से करने की आवश्यकता नहीं, मनमानी नहीं करना है। किसी आचार्य के पास जाकर के आचार्य के का अनुसरण करते हुए इन सभी विद्याओं की दीक्षा लेने की आवश्यकता है, शिक्षा लेने की आवश्यकता है। और जो इसके अनुभवी आचार्य है, उन आचार्यों के आदेश के अनुसार चलने की आवश्यकता है। तब आप धीमे 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 वो समाधि तक पहुंच सकते हैं और अपना पूर्ण व्यक्तित्व विकसित कर सकते हैं और कल्याण का मार्ग आप अपना सकते हैं। और नहीं मनमाना अगर आपने किया प्राणायाम करने में, आसन करने, आसन के क्रम में या यम नियम के क्रम में मनमाना किया आपने, तो फिर बात बिगड़ती है। बहुत समझने का विषय है यहाँ पे कि अगर यम सिद्ध न हो और नियम सिद्ध न हो, तो यह शरीर जो है डिसिप्लिन में नहीं रहता, अनुशासन में नहीं रहता। और अनुशासित शरीर जब नहीं है और अगर आपने प्राणायाम करना शुरू कर दिया, तो प्राणायाम के माध्यम से ऑक्सीजन युक्त हवा भीतर जाती है और ऑक्सीजन युक्त हवा जब भीतर जाती है तो वह हवा क्या करती है, क्योंकि उसमें ऑक्सीजन है, उसमें शक्ति है, तो वो हवा जो है शरीर में ये जो हमारे लंग्स हैं इनके माध्यम से ऑक्सीजन को ऑब्जर्व, उसको सोख लेता है ये लंग्स। और सोखने के बाद वो शक्ति शरीर में संचरित जब होती है, तो समस्त जो पंच कर्मेंद्रिय और पंच ज्ञानेंद्रिय है, आंख कान नाक मुंह इत्यादि पंच कर्मेंद्रिय पंच ज्ञानेंद्रिय इत्यादि जो हैं, यह एक्टिवेट हो जाते हैं। जब यह एक्टिवेट होंगे तो ये अपने अपने विषय को पकड़ेंगे। तो अगर आपने प्राणायाम किया, प्राणायाम के पहले के जो 3 आयाम हैं, यम नियम आसन, ये 3 जो क्रम है, इनको अगर आपने सिद्ध नहीं किया या इससे आप अगर नियंत्रित नहीं है, तो वह प्राणायाम आपको क्या करेगा, आपके अंगों को अनियंत्रित करेगा। तो आंख शक्ति युक्त हुआ तो आंख जो है अपना विषय पकड़ेगा। आंख का विषय क्या है? चक्षु का विषय है रूप, कान का विषय है शब्द, घ्राण का विषय है गंध, रसना का विषय है रस भोजन। यह जब अनियंत्रित भाव से जब ये लोक में चलना शुरू करेंगे, तो फिर मर्यादा बिगड़ेगी और कल्याण का मार्ग जो है अवरुद्ध होगा और नरकगामी होना पड़ेगा। नरकगामी का मतलब क्या? दुख प्राप्त होगा। तो अगर आप चाहते हैं कि प्राणायाम का सही प्रयोग, सही उसकी फलश्रुति, उसका रिजल्ट आवे, तो उसके पहले आपको यम नियम आसन इसको सिद्ध करना होगा। यम का मतलब हमने बताया आपको, शौच संतोष तपस्वा क्या है, अहिंसा सत्यास्तेय ब्रह्मचर्या परिग्रह यमः, शौच संतोष तपस्वाध्याय प्रणिधानानि नियमाः, स्थिर सुखमासनम। इन बातों को खूब समझना होगा, पढ़ना होगा और इनको प्रैक्टिस में लेकर उतारना होगा। तब फिर आप प्राणायाम जब करेंगे तो प्राणायाम की फलश्रुति आपको प्राप्त होगी और उससे आप कल्याण मार्ग अपना सकते हैं। वो आपका कल्याण करेगा वो प्राणायाम, और नहीं तो आप फिर फंस सकते हैं। इस बात को संक्षेप में योग की दृष्टि से कैसे कल्याण होगा, एक योग विषय लेकर के हमने कुछ कहने की कोशिश करी। दूसरी बात आई विज्ञान। विज्ञान क्या है? तो विज्ञान को समझना पड़ेगा विगत ज्ञानम विज्ञानम या विशिष्ट ज्ञानम विज्ञान। तो विशिष्ट ज्ञान विज्ञान तब बनता है जबकि कोई सूचना आपको मिली, वह सूचना मिली, आपको ये मालूम हुआ कि ये चाय कैसे बनती है, यह बिजली कैसे चलती है, यह वायरिंग कैसे होता है, या कोई कार्य कैसे होता है, वो सूचना आपको मिली। तो उस सूचना को जब क्रिया रूप में आप लेते हैं तो सूचना प्लस क्रिया रूप बराबर विज्ञान होता है। खूब समझना होगा, विज्ञान और कुछ नहीं है। जब किसी भी सूचना को क्रिया में आप बदलते हैं तो वह विज्ञान, उसी को विज्ञान कहा जाता है। और विज्ञान की जो फलश्रुति है, विज्ञान का जो रिजल्ट है, विज्ञान जन्य जो अनुभव है वह ही है ज्ञान। विज्ञान जन्य जो अनुभव है वह ही है ज्ञान। खूब समझना होगा। दो तरह की बातें इस समय दुनिया में चल रही। एक समय था ऋषि काल में, ऋषियों के समय, दो तरह का अध्ययन होता था। एक अध्ययन होता था सूचना, जिसके आधार में, जिसके मूल में सूचना हुआ करती थी, और दूसरा अध्ययन होता था जिसके मूल में नॉलेज हुआ करता था, ज्ञान हुआ करता था। बाद में फिर ये ऋषि काल में ऋषियों में ये विशेषता थी कि उनमें सूचना भी थी और उनको ज्ञान भी था। बाद में क्या हुआ कि सूचनाएं बंद हो गई, सिर्फ ज्ञान इकट्ठा करना शुरू किया लोगों ने। तो भारतीय जो परंपरा है, उस भारतीय परंपरा में, शुरू की परंपरा में ज्ञान और सूचना दोनों एक साथ हुआ करती थी। बाद की परंपरा में क्या हुआ, सिर्फ ज्ञान व्यक्ति इकट्ठा करना शुरू किया और सूचना को लेना कम कर दिया। तो सूचना का काम विदेशियों ने करना शुरू कर दिया। विदेशी सूचना पर अध्ययन करने लगे और भारतीय ज्ञान पर अध्ययन करने लगे। और आज का जो डेट है, इस समय जिस समय काल में हम चल रहे हैं, इस समय क्या है, भारतीय लोग भी और विदेशी लोग भी सब के सब करीब करीब 90%, 95% सूचना परक ही अध्ययन कर रहे हैं। और सिर्फ सूचना परक अध्ययन करना यह अत्यंत घातक है। ऐसा नहीं कि सिर्फ कुछ लोग हैं जो कि ज्ञान परक भी अध्ययन करते हैं, लेकिन आवश्यकता यह है, खूब समझना पड़ेगा, आवश्यकता यह है कि सूचना परक और ज्ञान परक, इंफॉर्मेशन और नॉलेज, इन दोनों के साथ हमको आगे बढ़ना पड़ेगा। जैसे आप सब सुने होंगे, जैक ऑफ ऑल मास्टर ऑफ नन बोलते हैं हम, लेकिन नहीं, परिभाषा ये बनानी पड़ेगी, जैक ऑफ ऑल मास्टर ऑफ वन। पूरी बातों को, हर चीज की थोड़ी थोड़ी सूचनाएं सब मेरे पास होंगी, लेकिन किसी एक विषय में हमको मास्टरी होनी चाहिए, नॉलेज होना चाहिए, ज्ञान होना चाहिए, उसको हम ठीक से जानते हैं, ऐसा हमको बनाना पड़ेगा। इसकी बड़ी आवश्यकता है। तो विज्ञान के क्रम में अगर हम इस तरह से हम ज्ञान और विज्ञान को एडॉप्ट करते हैं तो फिर हमारा कल्याण पक्का है। और नहीं, सिर्फ अगर हमने सिर्फ सूचना इकट्ठा करना शुरू कर दिया, आज मोबाइल के माध्यम से, इंटरनेट के माध्यम से हर जगह सूचनाएं, सिर्फ सूचना का कोई अंत नहीं है ना। एक सामान्य हर विषय के बारे में कुछ जानकारी आपको बेसिक होनी चाहिए, लेकिन अपने विषय में आपको मास्टरी होनी चाहिए, ये करना पड़ेगा, तब जाकर बात पूरी बनती है। और इसको इस तरह से ले सकते हैं, ज्ञान जो है यह ब्रह्म रूप है और सूचना जो है यह माया रूप है, प्रकृति है। तो ब्रह्म माया दोनों को ठीक से आप समझेंगे, दोनों की उपासना करेंगे तो आप में आपका व्यक्तित्व, पूर्ण व्यक्तित्व में निखरेगा। और नहीं सिर्फ ज्ञान ही ज्ञान आप करेंगे तो फिर गड़बड़ है मामला। और सिर्फ सूचना सिर्फ माया की उपासना करेंगे तो भी गड़बड़ है मामला। दोनों को एक साथ लेके चलने की आवश्यकता है। ये दूसरी बात मेरी तरफ से कहना हुआ, क्योंकि समय बहुत कम है, अब आगे चलता हूं तीसरा नंबर है कानून। जैसा कि मैंने शुरू में कहा आपको कि व्यक्ति बड़ा नहीं होता, नियम बड़ा होता। और बिना नियम का जो भी समाज चलता है, बिना नियम का चलता हुआ समाज का जो परिणाम होता है वह नष्ट क्रम में, वह गर्त में जाता है। वह समाज दुख को प्राप्त हो। हमको कहीं ना कहीं एक मर्यादा बनाना पड़ेगा, मर्यादा बनाने की आवश्यकता है। एक नियम में हमको बंधने की आवश्यकता है। अगर वो नियम नहीं बनाएंगे, हम नियम में नहीं रहेंगे, तो नियम हमको बनाना है क्या, या नियम आपको बनाना है क्या? नहीं नहीं, नियम बनाने के लिए वो नियम बने हुए जो हमारे आपके जो धर्म ग्रंथ हैं, अलग अलग संप्रदायों के अलग अलग धर्म ग्रंथ हैं, ये वो जो धर्म ग्रंथ है वो ही नियम ग्रंथ है, ऐसा मानने की आवश्यकता है। जैसे सनातन धर्म के जो लोग हैं, वह वेदादि जो ग्रंथ है वो नियम ग्रंथ है। शास्त्र जो कहते हैं वो नियम ग्रंथ है। तो शास्त्र, शासनात् शास्त्रम, शास्त्र जो है शासन करता है व्यक्ति पर, तो उससे शास्त्र से शासित होकर के हमको आगे चलने की आवश्यकता समाज में। नंबर एक नियम ये हो गया। और दूसरा नियम है जो हमारे यहाँ जो कानून बना है, हमारे जो कानून है बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर महाशय के द्वारा, वो कमेटी के द्वारा बनाया हुआ जो कानून है, उस कानून के तहत हमको चलना होगा। तो एक तो हमारा आभ्यंतर नियम क्या है कि हम अपने धर्म के अनुसार चलें। रोटी, चोटी और लंगोटी ये पक्का होना चाहिए। चोटी का मतलब होता है धर्म, धर्म का मतलब होता है कर्तव्य। धर्म का मतलब ये नहीं, धर्म का मतलब पूजा पाठ, ये नहीं। धर्म का मतलब होता है कर्तव्य। किस कालखंड में हमको क्या करना, कैसी परिस्थिति में क्या हमारा कर्तव्य बनता है, वह नियम को पकड़ के चलना, यही है धर्म। मीमांसा शास्त्र में कहते हैं कि यागादिदेव धर्मः, जो वेद के द्वारा जो बात कही गई और वेद के अनुसार अगर आप जीवन जी रहे हैं तो आप नियम के तहत चल रहे हैं। एक तो बात ये, और दूसरी बात बाबा साहब भीमराव अंबेडकर का बनाया हुआ जो कानून है, उस कानून के अनुसार ही आपको चलना होगा समाज में, अपने मन का नहीं चलना होगा। इन दोनों नियमों को आपको पालन करते हुए आगे बढ़ने की आवश्यकता है। मैं ये करूं, मैं वो करूं, मेरी मर्जी, नहीं, ऐसा नहीं हो। आपको एक मर्यादा में चलना हो। तो ये नियम, और जितने आप इन दोनों नियमों को पालन करेंगे, अपना धार्मिक नियम और अपना ये कानून, लॉ, इन दोनों नियमों को जब आप, एक आभ्यंतर नियम है, एक बाह्य नियम है। आभ्यंतर और बाह्य दोनों नियम को जब आप लेके चलते हैं तो आप पूर्ण व्यक्तित्व को निखरेंगे। और पूर्ण व्यक्तित्व वाले व्यक्ति होकर समाज में आप जब चलेंगे तो समाज का कल्याण होगा, ये समझने की आवश्यकता है। और तभी समाज में कल्याण का मार्ग बनेगा। और चौथा जो आपने क्रम बनाया, साहित्य, लिटरेचर। तो लिटरेचर वो किसी विषय का हो सकता है। वैदिक लिटरेचर हो सकता है, विज्ञान का अपना लिटरेचर है। साहित्य का मतलब समस्त उन तत्त विषयों से संबंधित जानकारियों को, ज्ञान को एक जगह जहां इकट्ठा करते हैं, उस एकत्रित किए हुए स्थान को ही साहित्य कहा जाता है, साहित्य स्थान है। तो साहित्य की बड़ी आवश्यकता है। हर व्यक्ति में अलग अलग क्वालिटी, हर व्यक्ति में अलग अलग उसके अपने गुणधर्म हैं, अलग अलग टेस्ट है। रुचि नाम वैचित्र्यात् ऋजु कुटिल नाना पथजुषाम। रुचि के वैचित्र के कारण भगवान ने कई रास्ते बनाए। कोई व्यक्ति कानून पढ़ना चाहता है, कोई व्यक्ति इतिहास पढ़ना चाहता है, कोई व्यक्ति दर्शन पढ़ना चाहता है, कोई व्यक्ति विज्ञान पढ़ना चाहता है। सबको अलग अलग भगवान ने बुद्धि दे रखी है। तो जो बुद्धि आपको मिली है, जिधर आपका रुझान है, उधर आप उन साहित्य को लेकर के, और जो परंपरागत साहित्य हैं, जो अच्छे साहित्य हैं, उनको खूब रोज अहरह स्वाध्यायोज्जेतव्यः, दिन प्रतिदिन स्वाध्याय उन साहित्यों का करने की आवश्यकता है, और उसके अनुसार जो है जीवन में चलने की आवश्यकता है। तो ये संक्षेप में योग, विज्ञान, कानून और साहित्य, ये जो आपने विषय रखा था, इसके माध्यम से मानव कल्याण कैसे हो, संक्षेप में एक बात आपको हमने बताई। क्योंकि समय कम है, बहुत ज्यादा समय लेने पर मर्यादा भंग होती है। इसलिए इन बातों को कहते हुए अंतिम में ये कहना है आप सभी से कि नियम का पालन करने की आवश्यकता है। अपना पारिवारिक परंपरा का नियम और अपना जो धार्मिक परंपरा का नियम है और अपना जो ये कानून है, इन तीनों को बाह्याभ्यंतर आत्मसात करते हुए जीवन यापन करना और योग के माध्यम से प्राणायाम को एडॉप्ट करते हुए आगे बढ़ने की आवश्यकता है। और विज्ञान का मतलब है, सीधा सीधा एक वाक्य में कह दूं तो क्रिया रूप में, सिर्फ आपको मालूम है अहिंसा परमो धर्म और पैर से आपने चींटी को रगड़ दिया तो फिर गड़बड़ है। अहिंसा का मतलब है वो क्रिया रूप में आपको लेना होगा। जो भी आप अध्ययन करते हैं उसको क्रिया रूप में आप जो है समाज में उसको आप प्रस्तुत करें। ये संक्षेप में कहना था। और मेरे पीछे आप सभी बोलेंगे यन्मे श्रुतम अधीतम तन्मे मनसि तिष्ठतु 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 स्वाहा। इसका मतलब ये हुआ, जो मैंने अभी तक जितने व्याख्यान हुए, वो कनाडा वाली बहन जी थी, उन्होंने जो व्याख्यान दिया, प्रोफेसर मधुसूदन जी ने जो व्याख्यान दिया, प्रोफेसर सागर शर्मा जी ने व्याख्यान जो दिया, और भी कुछ व्याख्यान बीच में हुए। इन सब व्याख्यान के माध्यम से जो मैंने सुना, जो मैंने सीखा, वह मेरे मन में बैठे बैठे बैठे। इन्हीं संकल्प के साथ मैं अपने वाणी को विराम देता हूं। नमस्कार।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर, बहुत ही बढ़िया। और आप आज के पहले हिंदी बोलने वाले स्पीकर्स हैं और ये इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस है, लेकिन इंडिया का जो परचम है वो पूरे विश्व में हिंदी के द्वारा आप फैला रहे, वो बहुत अच्छी बात है। लहरा रहे, फैला रहे, और इट वाज अ वंडरफुल टॉक सर, थैंक्स अ लॉट। ये योग विद्या धाम धुले और एल्टाई खानदेश चैप्टर की ओर से आपका मैं तहे दिल से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। और मुझे खुशी है कि करीब 12-13 साल पहले जो मेरे मित्र थे, मेरे साथ ओरिएंटेशन कर रहे थे वाराणसी में, आज वो यहाँ हैं और अगले साल आपको यहाँ धुले में आकर यह सब आपके जो विचार है व्यक्त करने हैं। हमें बहुत खुशी होगी जब आप आएंगे। अभी कोरोना की वजह से ये सब ऑनलाइन चल रहा है और मुझे विश्वास है कि जो आपने यहाँ पर हमें मार्गदर्शन किया वो सभी के निश्चित रूप से काम में आएगा। और बहुत अच्छी अच्छी बातें की सर आपने। सो वंस अगेन थैंक्स अ लॉट ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ ऑल द पार्टिसिपेंट्स एंड ऑर्गेनाइजर्स। अब मैं डॉक्टर अविनाश जी धर्माधिकारी सर, जो अभी अभी डॉक्टर बने, उनसे निवेदन करता हूं कि वो कम से कम मिनट में, 2-4 मिनट में अपना प्रेसिडेंशियल एड्रेस यहाँ पर व्यक्त करें। डॉक्टर अविनाश धर्माधिकारी सर, डॉक्टर जितेंद्र भामरे सर और डॉक्टर धर्माधिकारी सर, इन्होंने कुछ ही महीनों पहले पीएचडी हासिल की है, उनका मैं कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट भी करता हूं। और अभी डॉक्टर अविनाश धर्माधिकारी जी से निवेदन करता हूं वो यहाँ पर हमें मार्गदर्शन करें 2 या 4 मिनट में।
हरिओम सर। सर जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं आप सभी को धन्यवाद देता हूं कि हमारे डॉक्टरेट पर आपने यहाँ पे हमें जो अभिवादन किया है। आज का जो ज्ञान यज्ञ चल रहा है योग विद्याधाम धुले तथा इंग्लिश टीचर्स एसोसिएशन के माध्यम से, यह ज्ञान यज्ञ में इतनी लोगों ने इतनी आहुतियां डाली हुई है कि जिसका सुगंध जो है वो हर तरफ फैल रहा है। हर एक ज्ञानी लोगों के विचार हमने यहाँ पे सुने हैं। और अभी अभी इस सत्र में प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर पतंजलि मिश्र, जिन्होंने हमारे यहाँ अपने विचार व्यक्त किए कि मानवीय कल्याण किस तरह से होना चाहिए, मानवीय कल्याण किस तरह से हो सकता है। और इस उनके सब विचारों के माध्यम से यह बात निश्चित ध्यान में आती है कि जब हम खुद आनंद हो, खुद हम आनंद में जीवन जी रहे हो, तो ही हम दूसरे को आनंद दे सकते हैं। और मानवीय कल्याण इसी में है कि खुद आनंद से जियो और दूसरों को आनंद से जीने दो, जियो और जीने दो, और जिसमें आनंद मिलना चाहिए, इस तरह से और यह आनंद प्राप्ति के लिए यहाँ पे हमने देखा कि साहित्य, विज्ञान, कानून, योग, इसके सिवा हम और भी कुछ जो आर्टिकल्स अपने यहाँ आए उसमें देख रहे हैं हम कि पर्यावरण, आहार, ज्ञान, इन सबको जोड़ दिया गया है कि जिसके माध्यम से आज का मानव जो दुख में है, त्रस्त हो रहा है, उसे आनंद पाने के लिए यह सब माध्यम जो है हमें मिल सकते हैं। मिश्र जी ने यमनियम से लेकर, योग से लेकर, कानून से लेकर सभी विषयों पर अपना विचार व्यक्त करके इस ज्ञान यज्ञ में बहुत सी आहुति डालकर हमें हमारे जो दिमाग के ऊपर जो मैल सचा था उसे निकालकर शुद्ध कर दिया है इस दिमाग को, और शुद्ध और शुद्धि का मानव कल्याण से किस तरह से जोड़ा जाता है यह भी बता दिया है। इन सब विचारों से हम निश्चित ही मानव के आनंद के जीवन के बारे में सोच सकते हैं, और यही आज का विषय था जो हम उसके ध्येय तक जा पहुंचे हैं, मंजिल तक जा पहुंचे हैं। अभी मैं इन सभी को धन्यवाद देता हूं और मेरे विचार जो है यहाँ पे मैं रोक रहा हूं तथा धन्यवाद। हरिओम।
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much to our dear friend Professor Patanjali Mishra, all the way from Varanasi. And there is an announcement before we move towards the next session. The next session is of Professor Dr. K.V. Raghupati sir from Tirupati, India. And that is going to be coordinated by my dear research scholar P.P. Roy from Kerala. So two South Indian scholars will be joining us, one will be guiding us and one will be coordinating. And it's time for the paper reading session, paper presentation session. But because we are overwhelmed by the speeches of the speakers, we are a little bit behind the time. So please bear with us. In the next 10 to 15 minutes, we'll start the paper presentation session in the same Zoom. At the bottom of the screen, you'll find some rooms, breakout rooms. And on the Telegram group, the details have been shared. So please join the room accordingly, but after some time, after nearly 15 to 20 minutes. I'll again give the instructions as and when necessary. So stay tuned with us. Now over to Roy PP to start this session, and I request Raghupati sir, Dr. K.V. Raghupati sir, to start his video and join us. Over to Roy sir.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, one and all. I welcome you to the third plenary session of the International Conference. Myself, Roy PP, Associate Professor, EMA College, Kondoti, Kerala, and a research scholar, KBCNM University, under the guidance of Dr. Zinni sir. I welcome Dr. K.V. Raghupati, who is the Chief Speaker, as well as Dr. Ahmad Salim Baweed from Yemen, who is chairing this session. All the participants to this session. Dr. Raghupati, who has the doctorate in English from Sri Venkateswara University, Tirupati, is a man renowned in academic as well as literary realm. He taught for decades in different universities and penned tens of books. He is a poet, short story writer, novelist, book reviewer, and a critic. His works are rooted in philosophy, nature, and transcendentalism. His several articles are published in well-known journals. He also has the credit of publishing books on yoga, which makes him a right man to present his views in the session. I request Dr. Raghupati to share his views. So please.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Very great to be here to present myself before this learned viewers and listeners who are attending this e-conference. And at the very outset, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the organizers particularly Dr. Sibnitz, who have considered me to be one of the speakers for one of the plenary sessions of this e-conference. My previous speakers have already spoken at length about welfare and how each of the field of human science that is mentioned in the e-conference, that is yoga, science, literature, and law, can contribute to this. After listening to the previous speakers, I thought, as the time is running short, and I do not want to take much of your valuable time, because at the end, there are a number of paper presenters. So therefore, I would restrict myself to a brief and random observations on this topic. Well, human welfare, the word welfare is not to be understood only in the economic sense, because in the economic sense, the word welfare is understood as nothing but the life standards of an average human being living in a particular nation. It talks about health, it talks about happiness, it talks about well-being. But again, these terms are very vague when we do not understand them in right perspective. Take, for instance, health. Health is a very comprehensive term. How do we measure? Should we measure health only in terms of physical? Or should we measure the word health in terms of mental happiness? Similarly, when we move to the word happiness, happiness is not an absolute term, it is a relative word. Because where there is happiness, there is bound to be sorrow, unhappiness. Similarly, the well-being, what do we understand by this word well-being? This again is related to the word health in its total sense. So therefore, welfare, as it is understood now, is only very restricted. We understand the word welfare in a very narrow sense. As the speaker has just now introduced its three different shades of meaning, like health, happiness, and well-being. But these shades of meaning are once again dangerous for us to understand the word welfare, because we understand the word welfare, all the social philosophers, economists, policymakers, politicians define it in their own way. But nothing of their definition or conception is final and the ultimate. So therefore, we need to look at this word welfare in its broad sense. We are not merely aiming at the welfare of an individual, but the welfare of the entire world, which includes every creature, because all creatures must live together along with the human beings. When we respect other creatures as much as we respect our own life, then it leads to Loka Kalyana, that is happiness. Therefore, when we use the word welfare, let's not restrict this health, happiness, and well-being only to human beings, but to the entire world, to the entire planet. That includes all creatures, birds and animals. But human being is the center on this planet. Therefore, his well-being contributes to a very great extent to the surroundings or the environment. And hence, the welfare is more focused on human beings, not on other creatures, because the other creatures are happy and their welfare is taken care of by nature. So there is no need for us to express our great concern for other creatures unless we do not unnecessarily interfere with their living. But then in the given circumstances, in the given world that we are facing, because the world is passing through a very difficult phase, where a lot of destruction is taking place, physical destruction. As a result, it is affecting the biodiversity on this planet. So a large number of animals are getting extinct, thereby causing an ecological disturbance on this planet. Hence, the welfare is more focused on human being, because human being is more conscious than any other creature. And therefore, the concern for the human welfare has occupied prime importance, or let me say more importance than anything else in the present context. The speaker has already said each science, each human field as specified in the topic, in the present topic, science, yoga, literature, and law, contributes to the welfare in its own sense. As for instance, literature contributes human values, tremendous human values, which in turn contributes to the human welfare. Similarly, law stipulates certain reasonable restrictions on human behavior in order to maintain some semblance of social order. Similarly, science advocates scientific values. We need to develop more scientific temperament, because this scientific temperament is essential to thwart all these superstitious, age-old, anachronistic beliefs and ideas. So science contributes in that sense to the welfare of humanity. When we come to yoga, but yoga is a very comprehensive science, because each human field contributes a segment to the human welfare. But yoga goes beyond all this. It is a comprehensive science. It deals with the human life in totality, not in parts. It looks at human being not in segments, not in parts, but it views human being as a total being within quote. Human being is viewed in yoga science as a single, indivisible, distinct organism. Single, because you cannot study human being in parts. Like we can't study only the legs, or we can't study only the hands, or we can't study only the mind or head, and so on. The whole organism has to be taken into being. Similarly, indivisible. You cannot divide this being into again parts. It has to be taken as a whole organism. Distinct because if there is one creature on this planet that is more conscious of itself, that is human being. It is a human being who says, who can recognize that I am, I exist. No other creature can identify itself as what it is. Hence, it is in this sense, human being is distinct creature. So we define human being in the yogic science as single indivisible human being, single indivisible distinct human being, distinct organism. So this organism, human organism, has to be taken as a single whole unit, not in parts. And therefore, the yogic science focuses more on the totality of this being, not like other human sciences, which are very segmentary in their nature. Each one contributes a particular aspect to the welfare, but not like yogic science. Now, when we take this human being as a single, indivisible, distinct organism, we have three aspects here. The one is the physical, and the second, of course, is the mental, the mind. We always understand the human being only in these two aspects. And this kind of understanding human being is not correct and acceptable. Because between the physical and mental, there is another sphere, and that sphere is called vital. The vital deals with the emotions. The emotional element, the emotional aspect of human life also is very important, because the emotions play a vital role. The emotions that we cultivate, we have, affect our mental makeup. And similarly, they also affect our physical being. Therefore, the vital is very important, the emotions and the feelings. In other words, these emotions and feelings connect both the body and mind. And this have a tremendous effect. These emotions and feelings have tremendous effect both on mind and on the body. Hence, the speaker would like to focus on this vital element, the emotions and feelings that constitute more important, which is much neglected in yogic philosophy, because we focus more on the physical aspect, and the kind of yoga that is in practice throughout the world is more focused on the body, on the fitness and the element of health. But again, the word health is a highly misleading term. We understand health only in terms of having or not having a disease in the body, but that is one aspect of health. Anyway, let the speaker focus on this vital aspect which comes in between the physical and the body, because as the time that is given to me is short, therefore the speaker would like to focus only on this aspect, the emotion. The emotional aspect is very important because, as the speaker has already said, it connects both the body and mind. It plays a major role in our living. As, for instance, in one of the reports, in one of the studies conducted in the United States, it is said that 99% of our intellectual thinking, our thought process is controlled by our emotions, not our feelings, because both emotions and feelings need to be distinguished. Feelings, where there is a feeling, there is a bound to be sensitiveness. If you have more feelings, you become more sensitive, you become more responsive, not reactive. But if you have emotions, you become very reactive. This is the difference between emotions and feelings. If you have emotions, you become reactive. If you have feelings, you become responsive. You respond with the empathy, sympathy, and compassion. So emotions do not carry these elements. So emotions are very destructive. There is nothing like negative emotion or positive emotion. Emotion is emotion. But feelings, because it is for this reason, artists are more endowed with tremendous feelings, and they're more responsive, they're more sensitive. And that is why they create in the form of art. But if you have emotions, well, the emotions create more imbalances in your mind and in your body. There are about 6 most disturbing emotions that all of us have. There is no human being who is free from emotions. But these emotions, we have these emotions, but then when these emotions overlap, right, overpower, when they overpower us, then feelings get subsided. Then our thinking is also completely overpowered by these emotions. And that is why the speaker has already said in the beginning that the 99% of our thinking is controlled by our emotions. There are 6 most destructive emotions. They cause a lot of disturbances in our being, in our existence. What are these 6 most disturbing emotions that we have? The one is called lust. Now, lust is again understood in relation to having more sexuality, sexual desires. No, not that. That is not the meaning of the word lust. Lust for things and objects, lust for power, lust for various emotional attitudes that we would like to develop so as to pursue and perpetuate our life in the world. Lust for clinging to life. This is called abhinivesha in Sanskrit. So this is what lust means. And the second emotion is pride, where what is more disturbing is that the presence of ego. There is nothing wrong in taking pride in our achievements. There's nothing wrong in taking pride in having certain good qualities. There is nothing wrong in taking pride in achieving some of our goals, getting some coveted positions or getting some distinct honors and awards. But the ego, the presence of ego destroys that. So the ego dislocates all this pride in achievements. So pride blended with ego is dangerous. Similarly, obsession for things, obsession for life. Obsession here stands for addiction for life, addiction for anything, addiction for habits that we may cultivate. It's some kind of developing infatuation. Now, obsession is also connected with the fanaticism, fanatical ideas, fanatical attitudes, becoming very dogmatic in our outlook. That is called obsession. Now, the fourth one is anger. Well, the speaker need not enlighten on this particular emotion, which is more destructive. It causes a lot of imbalances. When we are in anger, well, our mind and body will take back seats. Similarly, hatred. Hatred is another emotion. And this hatred, again, need not to be mentioned, explained in detail. Hatred for others, hatred for race, hatred for other communities, hatred for our fellow creatures, not human beings alone, even for other creatures on this planet. Then the last disturbing emotion is greed. That is greed for having more. This quality of acquisition, acquiring more and more, amassing more and more wealth, thinking of yourself, thinking of your community, thinking of your family, and not thinking of the welfare of the whole world. That is called greed. Procuring, securing everything in the world, that is called greed. So these are the 6 disturbing emotions that we have. And these emotions, all of us have these emotions. And don't be, honest in saying that I don't have these emotions. All of us have this. All of us, only the degree of the presence of emotions differs from individual to individual. Now, how to overcome these emotions? Now, in yogic science, Patanjali has prescribed yama and niyama. Well, all of us know those yama and niyama, those 5 cardinal principles in yama, which prohibit you from doing certain things in life. And similarly, the 5 cardinal principles in niyamas, which stipulate what you should do. These are don'ts and do's. But to these 10 cardinal virtues given by Patanjali in his seminal work, Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, we can add some more being, say, maitri, developing a friendliness, right? Great friendliness. Friendliness not only towards human beings, towards our fellow human beings, but towards our fellow creature, every creature, and that is maitri. And then karuna, that is compassion, cultivating then this karuna is extending compassion to the creatures which are in suffering, not which are in the happy state. Then mudita, that you know what mudita is, expressing joy to those people who are striving in their life, who are prospering in their life, not developing any kind of envy. Envy means not tolerating the other's prosperity. That is called mudita. And then upeksha. Now, upeksha stands for being indifferent to the vices, right? You may have certain vices. The speaker has just now pointed out the 6 disturbing emotions. Similarly, you may come across some other vices in our fellow human beings, but showing indifference, not showing any interest in such vices. That is called upeksha. Similarly, you need to develop that mitahara, that is moderation in our living. Not only moderation in eating, moderation in every aspect of our life, sleeping, eating, working, everything. That is called mitahara. Mitahara should not be understood only in relation to taking food. Similarly, there is what is called kshama. This guna you need to develop, kshama guna, that is forget and forgiveness. This will give us a lot of mental happiness, mental peace, and this would contribute a lot to the human welfare. Let me say that welfare, there is nothing like social welfare or a nation welfare, because nation welfare, social welfare is is measured in terms of per capita income, in terms of GDP and all. So it is a physical measurement. It is a material measurement, but that material measurement cannot be applied here to the word welfare. As the speaker has already said, that the word welfare has to be understood in a very comprehensive way, not in a very restricted sense like it is used in the economics, in the field of economics, or in other social sciences. So this Shama Guna, and then the cultivating what is it's called Shravanam, Siddhanta Vakya Shravanam, that is listening to the scriptural talks, listening to the good talks. This would also check our emotions, right? This would also contribute to the well-being of our existence, right? And then following certain puja or vrata, following certain reasonable virtues that can contribute to our well-being, right? Such as undertaking pilgrimages, visiting temples, visiting historical places, learning our history, learning our art, culture, and so on. So this is how we can develop the welfare. So thank you very much for giving me this wonderful opportunity. And thank you for the patience to all the listeners. And I hope I should not be misunderstood for making my speech very short. As the speaker has already said that the time is running short. We are running short of time, and the organizer wants to go ahead with the paper presentation. So kindly excuse me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Sometime later we can meet and talk, right? Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your kind words. You enlightened us with beautiful expressions and thoughts. You talked about certain things like 6 disturbances that affect the human welfare and how to overcome this. Some brilliant things. And you talked outside the literature. So it's a comprehensive one. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to propose a vote of thanks. I express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Rekupati, who enlightened us with his words. Thank you, sir. And I also deeply indebted to Dr. Sabni, sir, who gave me this opportunity, and also for his advice and guidance. Thank you, sir. Now, I express my gratitude to all the participants. Thank you. Thank you once again. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Roy, sir. Thank you very much. And dear friends, we have opened 3 rooms. At the bottom of your screen, you'll find that there are breakout rooms, room number 1, 2, 3. So your names are there already, and you are requested to join accordingly. But before that, here are the details of the CD that has been launched today. They are the yoga songs, the yoga geet composed by Yoga Guru Dr. Gangadhar Barche and Vishwasram Manlik sir. They have been given music and they have been composed musically by Veena Kamlakar madam and financed by Vidya Dham Dhule and yoga teacher Shobha Bhagat madam of Dhule. So dear friends, I request Mr. Yashwant Patil sir to share the screen, and before we break for the breakout rooms and the paper reading session, paper presentation session, in fact. So here we will give the details. Please stay tuned. We are showing you the Dear friends, I think there was lots of trouble for you. Just wait for some time. And now, please raise your hand, virtual hand. How many of you are eager to present your paper? Raise your virtual hand. Those who want to present the paper, please raise your virtual hand. You will find the option there. Yes, thank you, Dr. Pallavi Bharadwaj. You are the first one to raise your hand. And now I request Yashwant Patil sir to share the yoga song, one of the yoga songs.
मेरी गंगा योग मेरी यमुना योग मेरा साक्षात प्रयागराज संगमा योग मेरी गंगा योग मेरी यमुना योग मेरा साक्षात प्रयागराज संगमा योग मेरी गंगा योग मेरा योग गोपाला योग भगवान योग मेरी गंगा योग मेरी यमुना योग मेरा साक्षात प्रयागराज संगमा योग मेरी गंगा
I hope you enjoyed the Yoga Geet composed by Dr. Gangadhar Barche and sung by Shobha Bhagat Madam, Dr. Vaibhav Sabnis, myself, and two other singers, composed by Kamlakar Madam, Veena Kamlakar Madam, who took lots of pains for this. I request Yashwant Patil sir to close the screen now, and only 2 hands have been raised. So I request Dr. Kalyan Kokne to start the paper presentation session here itself in the main room. Dr. Kalyan Kokne, only 3 people now, Dr. Rekha Sharma ma'am, Agni Hutre madam, and Dinesh Kumar, and Pallavi Bharadwaj madam had also raised the hand. So you can conduct the session here. If there are more people, we'll arrange after some time in another breakout room. There is no link for each room, dear friends. Bhavatarine madam, there is no link. Actually, breakout rooms are there. So you be here and present your paper in 5 minutes, not more than that. Over to you, Kokne.
Thank you very much, sir. We have 3 paper presenters over here. Among them are Rekha Sharma madam, Manjiri Agnihotri madam, and Dinesh Kumar sir. So one more hand has been raised by Narendra Gangude sir from Dhule, Pallavi Bharadwaj madam from madam. So 5 paper presenters over here. So let us commence the paper presentation session. At the outset, once again, I express my sincere thanks to Honourable Dr. Vaibhav Sabnis sir for giving me this opportunity as a chairperson to this paper presentation session. First of all, here I would request all the paper presenters that you have already been told by Dr. Sabnis sir, you will be given around 5 to 7 minutes for your paper presentation. So first I request Rekha Sharma madam to make her presentation of her paper.
A warm afternoon to all. My paper is entitled Literature and Welfare of Women and Interface.
Will you please start the video, madam?
Just a minute. Yes. A warm afternoon to one and all. The title of my paper is Literature and Welfare of Women and Interface.
As per Hindu Succession Act of 2006, India's commitment is to bridge the gender gap in tune with the international trend. Through these amendments, the Government of India has finally addressed some of the vexing questions of gender inequalities of the 1956 Act. In spite of some anomalies still persisting, the Act seeks to cover gender inequalities on many fronts, such as inheritance of agricultural land, mitakshara joint family property, parental dwelling house, widows' rights, and so on and so forth. This brings into mind two very crucially significant and equally painful questions with regard to Indian women's position in the society. One, whether the Amendment Act would provide Indian women the minimum security they seek. Second, it is a sorry comment on the social and economic position of Indian women that after 74 years of independence, the Indian woman is still located on the periphery. These women-centered questions of sati, widow remarriage, property rights, child marriage, and age of consent were centrally located in the 19th century reform movements, and the social reformers like Bankim Chandra Chatterjee, Dayanand Saraswati, Jyotiba Phule, and host of other people across the country took up these women-related issues. Later, Mahatma Gandhi took up this emancipation of women in terms of education and political agency, which became a part of national agenda. However, in the major national agendas of the freedom, the women's question took a back seat. Thus, the amendment in the Hindu Succession Act reflects that the previous Act of 1956 has been in most of the cases defunct and non-functional. Similarly, the Women's Reservation Bill and the divided political opinion further reflect on the political will and mindset, which is still patriarchal, and women's legal rights remain non-functional and non-operative. This is just a reflection on the legal constitutional position of Indian women in society. However, the construct of Indian woman and Indian nation are contested categories. In a multi-ethnic, multilingual country like India, there cannot be a monolithic, homogenized construct of an Indian woman. Srinivas, the noted socialist, rightly remarks, the changing position of Indian women has many facets. The generalization is well nigh impossible because of the existence of considerable variation among regions, between rural and urban areas, among classes, and finally among different religious, ethnic, and caste groups. In addition, the difficulty of providing a picture of women's position at various phases and stages of development, there is serious difficulty of locating authentic sources which can construct a profile of an Indian woman. It is here that the role of literature comes into the forefront. The literature and society interface is very old, and both are interdependent and closely related to each other. As of now, the recent historiographic trend, especially the Subaltern Studies project, treats the literary texts as authentic sources of history, unlike the past when only the documented colonial documents were regarded as reliable sources. In the imaging of Indian women, the archetypal images like Sita, Sati, Savitri are transformed into social stereotypes. In a patriarchal social structure, the normative images of submissive wives, silent suffering women as mothers, daughters, or daughters-in-law find wide acceptance and appreciation in lieu of the marginalization of transgressive, non-conformist women like Draupadi and Ahilya. Resultantly, the construction, popularization, memorization, and hierarchization of women's image in the literary and social canon needs to be questioned and scrutinized. Representation of women in the form of posters, pictures, films, or advertisements is never an innocent act and is determined by the politics of power in terms of market forces. The portrayal of women in the print and visual media is a highly political act, and there is a need for women to contest such negative representations in literature and other forms. One glance at the popular image of the Indian woman makes it clear that the woman is a product of the elite majority belonging to middle class and upper caste. The absence of women in the literary and social canon of the laborer, the washerwoman, the domestic help, the peasant woman tilling the land is polemic. The projection of an ideal Indian woman is according to the high caste value system, and the women of marginalized caste and communities are increasingly questioning this elitist representation of women as a homogenized construct of Indian women. As compared to high caste women, the women of low caste enjoy freedom in the public domain, and their participation in it is more egalitarian. Hence, the representation of women in the literary and social canon is not an innocent act and has political connotations. The white man's representation of the African woman as barbarian or noble savage.
Hello.
Yes, just a minute. And the African American woman's representation as a sexually provocative woman or Edward Said representation of the Orient by the West is not realistic, but politically or personally motivated. Thus, it can be reiterated that literature offers space for women as writers for self-expression, and women writing has not only offered a counter-canonical discourse, but offered a subject position and narrative voice to the unrepresented or misrepresented section of women so as to assert their authentic identity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your presentation of paper. Now I request Manjari Agnihotri madam for making her presentation. So I just request to conclude the brief summary of the paper within 5 minutes. Another paper presenter, Manjari Agnihotri madam, is there. Shall you make your presentation, madam?
Sir, it is a sir. Am I audible, sir?
You are audible. Yeah, you are just requested to sum up your paper within 5 minutes. Not more
Okay,
than
sir.
5 minutes.
Okay, sir. I will try my best. Good evening. Good afternoon, everybody. My topic is human welfare through environmental protection and literature. As a social human being, it is our significant responsibility to do something for the human welfare. I feel to save the environmental degradation should be the first priority for the human welfare, because environment is a precious gift of God and inseparable part of human life. Its relation with human being is incredible as well as valuable. Its all 5 components, air, water, earth, fire, and ether, are significant for human life, and without their preservation, the human survival is not possible anyhow. So if the environment is not clean and polluted, the whole earth will be in danger. The fact was very well known by our ancestors, and they always tried to find out different ways for its preservation, because this gift of environment is utilized by everybody and has to be protected by everybody. So our literary ancestors knew the value of nature and succeeded in spreading the environmental consciousness through their literary compositions for human welfare. Our ancient literature, whether it is written in Hindi, English, or in Sanskrit, has interconnected and interrelated bond with environment. We Indians are lucky enough to have the heritage of ancient literature composition. All of these literature endeavor for the protection of environment only for the safety of humanity. Literature is like a mirror which reflects not only the human personality, but also shows the development of moral and ethical values in a person. Many writers, poets, novelists, dramatists, and story writers try to capture the attention of their readers to change their views and outlook through their writings, because literature makes us more human. If we go through the literature, it is very vast to follow. The literature opens a new era to the world. It cultivates the abilities to take correct decisions, to differentiate what is wrong and right. The presentation of the literary work affects directly or indirectly the mind, heart, the soul of the readers. The fictional lives and fantasies of literature have affected us very deeply, and we are forced to react according to the situation. So many writers try to spread moral awareness, ethical values, and personality development formulas through their literary tools and weapons. Even some nature poems also work for the human welfare. If we look into the Vedic literature, it imparts the equal values to all components, including plants and animals. In Indian mythology, all the components of the earth are treated as supreme beings. They are worshipped as respected as gods. God and goddesses are seated either on animals or on flowers. And as a religious nature of human, he never tries to hurt all these things. The plants of mango, neem, tulsi.
Madam,
Oh, sir.
please conclude. Come on, conclusion only.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Sir, just a minute. Many challenges are ahead for the environmental protection. First, man has to consider the value, importance, beneficial tendency, gratitude of nature, because it is a true and every action and has its reaction. If a man tries to harm or hurt it, nothing can be saved from its curse. It definitely shows its reaction in any form. The biggest example is this pandemic period of COVID-19. Man tries to cover the nature and environment by excessive use of polythene in return, and nature has covered the faces of people by putting masks on their faces, and we are helpless. Now, if we conclude, as we know that the young generation is the powerhouse of the nation, he can do much for the nation if he is morally and literally strong. So there are innumerable and unlimited literary and moral values based examples which can be helpful in formation of a man's personality as well as developing the moral and ethical values in him. If we discuss about the utility of literature, literary and moral teachings in the present pandemic, the literary warriors are doing their duties by arranging e-webinars, e-meetings through technology to spread the literary and moral awareness regarding many valuable topics, and they all endeavor to do the welfare of the mankind, and it is only possible through the literature and environmental protections that can we do more for the human welfare. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for your nice presentation. We have another presenter.
Sir, please have the presentation of Pallavi Bharadwaj, madam.
Yes, I have announced. I request Pallavi Bharadwaj, madam, for making presentation, and I request her for making her presentation in not more than 5 minutes.
All right, sir. Thank you. Good noon to everyone. With the kind permission of the chair, I'm going to present my paper entitled Feminism and the Voices of Equality, Breaking the Bias. I raise my voice not so that I can shout, but so that those without the voice can be heard. We cannot all succeed when half of us are held back. Malala Yousafzai, the Pakistani campaigner for female edification and the Nobel Prize laureate, believes that a female with a voice is a powerful woman. Being a female must be our superlative accomplishment instead of our intense trepidation. Empowering women connotes empowering the entire planet, as women are the prime untapped puddle of talent across the globe. Literature has witnessed the role of females sprouting through age, but until recent times, most of the venerated writers were males, and the depiction of women in literature was indubitably prejudiced. A lot of it in the then world is liable to the fact that literacy was stringently limited. However, as for now, the scenario has changed enormously. Women have been granted the privileged positions, and in turn, their roles and responsibilities have been highlighted and applauded universally by revered global writers. Consequently, the human race could commemorate womanhood as the woman of today has fueled herself with poise as well as self-confidence. Feminism isn't about making women strong. Women are already strong. It's about changing the way the world perceives that strength. An Australian feminist, G.D. Anderson, and founder of Australian charity, the COVA Project, aptly maintains that the empowered woman is potent beyond measure and dazzling and striking beyond description. The populace of 21st century should accelerate gender parity today for a more sustainable tomorrow. We as responsible citizens need to break the bias of varied forms of gender egalitarianism and stereotype to give females the space, yes, to give space they actually deserve in economic and social development. Gender equality today for more sustainable tomorrow is intended at identifying and venerating the involvement and contribution of women and girls pan world, who are the torchbearers, the leaders leading the charge of climate change adaptation
innovation and retort to fabricate a more sustainable prospect for the global entire globe as far as literature is concerned. The intact humanity focuses on emphasizing the significance of challenge prejudices and misapprehensions to erect an absolutely comprehensive and gender equal planet. So literature is also doing its as far as African literature is concerned, nowadays, be it Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Chinua Achebe, Ivy Arma, they are portraying their females as the torchbearers of the society. And in turn, Indians are also reinstating the literature, how they used to manifest how a civilization without spiritual and feminist attitudes and values escort to uninhibited cupidity and unhindered socio-political dishonesty. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. Now I request Professor Dinesh Kumar sir for making his presentation on the research paper Concept of Social Reforms in Charles Dickens' novel Oliver Twist, a Critical Analysis. Dinesh Kumar sir.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible. You just start your video and make presentation. And you are requested to conclude your presentation within just 5 minutes, not more than 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. Just a minute. Yes. So the object of this research paper is to acquire deep understanding about the social values in the novels of Charles Dickens, particularly his novel Oliver Twist. And as we come to know that in the era of instant technology and information, the practical attitude of the majority of the society resulted in the erosion of the noble values of the nation culture. Violent culture and social anarchism also exacerbate social cultural condition of the nation. And let me come to the novel where we have to trace some the values of social welfare. So we find that in this novel we have the main concern value of the Oliver Twist described in the following quotation. There was a fresh ground cell true for Miss Maylie's birds with which Oliver, who had been studying in the subject under the able tuition of village clerk, would decorate the cases in the most approved taste. So from this quotation, we can conclude that Oliver's behavior is the realization of the value of environment around him. Besides that, Oliver's concern for the animal is also to please Rose Malley, who is the owner of the environment. Rose feels so happy and gives compliment to Oliver because Oliver is a diligent boy and is always willing to try to become a better person. So also we find the concept of loyalty. The friendship between Mr. Brownlow and Mog's father, Mr. Layford, is a sincere friendship, and they go through hard time and happy time together as a form of the loyalty of a friendship and fraternity. So the power of friendship make Mr. Brownlow wants to change Mog's attitude so he can have a better life. This value is a positive value that is essential and what we call can be the example for the reader to apply to their own life. And we have also some values which are generally called as the responsible values. What is the responsibility of the people towards their fellow beings, as it has been preached by this writer, Charles Dickens. And
sir, please just conclude. Just conclude.
Yes, sir. Just give me one minute, sir. So social values in terms of the value of love, the value of responsibility, and value of harmony in the life of Oliver Twist by Dickens are clearly visible in the content of the novel. The description of the social values in the story illustrate the value of community. Life is about the relationship between human and daily life, and the value of social value can be adopted by certain society about what is true, worthy, sublime, and good to practice in real life. These values are values of love and affection, the value of service, the value of helping, and the value of kinship and value of caring. And the overall values are combined with the story structure of the novel Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens, who is generally known as one of the greatest social reformer of the age, particularly in the Victorian period of England. Thank you, sir.
Sir, hello. Sir, you are not audible. Shall you please conclude?
Yeah, he has concluded, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. Now we have two more participants among us who are willing to make their presentations. Among them, now I request Narendra Gangude sir from Dhule for making his presentation.
नमस्कार सभी योग विद्या धाम धुले, मेरा आदरणीय गुरु जी, आदरणीय भारती सर, भांबरे सर, धर्माधिकारी सर और मेरे सारे गुरुजन और योग विद्या धाम की पूरी टीम और आज के ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के सभी मेरे मान्यवर, उनको सभी को प्रणाम करके आज का मैं टॉपिक बताता हूँ कि आज का जो टॉपिक लिया है मैंने, मंत्र अथवा मंत्रोच्चार शक्ति के ध्वनि तरंग, ये क्या है, मानवीय जीवन में इनका कैसा लाभ होते हैं, इसके परिणाम क्या है, ये इसके बारे में मानवीय जीवन में मंत्र विज्ञान एक विज्ञान है, चमत्कारिक और लाभदायक ऐसी एक शक्ति है मंत्रों की, जो आदि काल से यानी बहुत पुराने काल से, रामायण महाभारत से भी अधिक पहले पूर्व काल से मंत्र शक्ति, मंत्र साधना से चलते आ रहा है और करते आ रहे हैं। तो मंत्र शास्त्र के बारे में मैंने तो बहुत कुछ लिखा है, लेकिन यहाँ 5 मिनट में मैं सिर्फ पॉइंट्स आपको बताना चाहूंगा कि मंत्र साधना का उपयोग प्राचीन कालों से किया जा रहा है, यानी मंगल कामने के लिए ऋषि मुनि ओम हवन करते हुए हमें दिखाते हैं, क्योंकि मानवीय जीवन में अनन्य साधारण ऐसा महत्व अपने मंत्र साधना का हमारे माइंड और बॉडी के ऊपर होता है, हमारे सब ऑर्गन्स के ऊपर होता है। तो मंत्र सिर्फ श्रवण यानी सिर्फ सुनने से एक ऊर्जा जागृत होती है, और तो मंत्र उच्चारण करने से तो उससे भी ज्यादा ऊर्जा जागृत होती है। तो मंत्र क्या है, मंत्र यानी महर्षि पतंजलि जो बोलते हैं कि चित्त एकाग्र करने के लिए तो अनेक उपाय बताए गए, तो इस पर मंत्र का भी एक उपाय है। मंत्र की सादी एक व्याख्या मंत्र योग संहिता में ऐसी लिखी है, नाम रूपात्मनो शब्द भाव योर लंबनाथ यो योग साध्यते स्वयं मंत्र योग प्रकीर्तितः। मंत्र क्या है, चिंतन करने वाला एक सूत्र है, उसके लिए भी एक सूत्र लिखा है, मन तारयाति इति मंत्राः। मन को तारण करने वाली, मन को तारने वाली जो शक्ति है उसे मंत्र कहते हैं। मन का अर्थ हुआ, मन का अर्थ हुआ चित्त, और तर का अर्थ हुआ, म का अर्थ हुआ रक्षक, यानी मंत्र म का अर्थ हुआ चित्त और त्र का अर्थ हुआ रक्षक, यानी मन का रक्षण करने वाला जो है वो मन। मंत्र और हमारा माइंड का सीधा संबंध है। तो इसमें बहुत सारे मंत्र है, उसमें अपन वैदिक मंत्र, उपनिषद मंत्र, पौराणिक मंत्र, तांत्रिक मंत्र, शाबर मंत्र और नाम स्मरण के मंत्र, इस तरह उसके मंत्रों के प्रकार है। मंत्र कैसे बोलने चाहिए इसके ऊपर भी हमारे यहाँ पद्धति है, साधना करने की अनेक पद्धतियां हैं। उसमें वैखरी जप, यानी जैसे अभी मैं बात कर रहा हूँ बड़े बोल से, तो वैखरी जप यानी बड़े आवाज से आवाज करते हुए। मध्यम वाणी जप यानी पुट करना है, सिर्फ मन के मन में सिर्फ ओठ हिलाना। और तीसरा जो प्रकार है वो है मानसिक जप, यानी मन एकाग्र कर दे, जैसे अपन माला वगैरह जपते हैं। मंत्र में क्या है, मंत्र में 4 प्रमुख बातें हैं, वो जब बताना जरूरी है। मंत्र को रूप अर्थ, हाँ सर एक मिनिट
बताइए,
सारांश फक्त सांगतोय मी सर, कारण खूप मोठा टॉपिक आहे, फक्त सारांश शेवटच्या टप्प्यात आहे। मंत्र को 4 महत्वपूर्ण बातें हैं, मंत्र में नाम, रूप, अर्थ और चैतन्य है। मंत्र को अर्थ भी होता है, चैतन्य भी होता है, उसका रूप भी होता है। तो भक्ति वर्चस्व, इस स्वामी अखंडानंद सरस्वती लिखित एक पुस्तक में मंत्र शास्त्र का अर्थ उन्होंने गुप्त परामर्श ऐसा लिखा है। गुप्त परामर्श मतलब भगवंत, सीधा भगवंत से परामर्श। तो महर्षि पतंजलि अपने कैवल्य पाद के प्रथम सूत्र में सिद्धि प्राप्त करने के 5 उपायों में से एक उपाय मंत्र का बताते हैं। उसका सूत्र है जन्मौषधि मंत्र तप समाधि या सिद्धया। तो मंत्र साधना के लिए उन्होंने एक बताया। और लास्ट पॉइंट में मैं आखिरी में इतना ही बताना चाहूंगा कि मंत्र से हमारे पूरे हमारे देश में यानी इंडिया में, भारत में तो संशोधन हुए है, लेकिन अनेक देशों में इस पर संशोधन हुए। अनेक देशों ने संशोधन करके अनेक रोगों में, कैंसर जैसे रोगों में, हृदय विकार जैसे रोगों में उसके लाभ हुए। अनेक लोग अपने बीमारियों से मुक्त हो चुके हैं और मंत्र साधना की मदद से। इसमें बहुत विस्तार से मैं जाना नहीं चाहूंगा। मंत्र साधना के अनेक चमत्कारिक लाभ लोगों को हुए। एक आखिरी पॉइंट, मैं लास्ट पॉइंट आधे मिनट में बताना छोड़ूंगा कि हम सबको मालूम है कि रामायण में महर्षि वाल्मीकि को महर्षि नारद मुनि मिले। महर्षि वाल्मीकि का पूर्व इतिहास सभी लोगों को मालूम है। महर्षि वाल्मीकि को एक ही मंत्र दिया, राम 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 करते बैठिए। देखिए, राम मतलब मूलाधार चक्र का भी एक मंत्र है, रम। हो झालं सर, शेवटचं
खूप वेळ झाला सर, प्लीज कन्क्लूड.
एक अर्धा मिनिट.
कन्क्लूजन करा प्लीज. सर तुमचा आवाज ऐकू येत नाही, तुमचा व्हिडिओ पण दिसत नाही. Okay.
I think she has got some problem.
Yes, sir. Okay,
Please take the next participant.
Further participant. So I now request Sajana madam for making her presentation. Just conclude. The paper presenters are requested to conclude your present the conclusion part of your papers within 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. The title of my research paper is Creature of the Future, Transhumanist Perceptives in Polo Bajigurupis, the Drowned Cities. So the research paper honing on the role of the arguments in the war-torn cities and the urge to survive in the world free from the clutches of their masters. So Polo Bajigurupis is an exemplary writer of American literature, and the novel that is chosen for scrutinization is The Drowned City. And it is set in the future Southeast America. And here the arguments are introduced by the corporates to fight in the war zone. So transhumanism is a theory applied in this text. So the transhumanism was coined by the English biologist and philosopher Julian Huxley in 1957. And transhumanism is a belief that human race can evolve beyond its current physical and mental limitations, especially by means of science and technology. And this transhumanism is an intermediary form between the human and post-human, and they possess all the abilities beyond the human standards. So 3 terms is closely associated with transhumanism. They are unnatural, neophilia, and perfectionism. So unnatural in the sense, so these are all not human beings. They are formed or they are made by combining the DNA of hyena, dog, and human being. And in the case of women, only dog and human being. Neophilia is a love for novelty. So these arguments, they are free from the disease and destruction, and their blood are made of superclotting agents so that the cell can easily multiply. And if these arguments are hurt with any sharp instruments, they would heal within few seconds. And next one is the perfectionism. They are purely meant for the modern battlefield, and they are really very hyper competent, and they are tolerant to poisons and chemical attacks, and even for fire, cold, fear, and pain. And these arguments are considered as a fine specimen. So in every aspect, these arguments are better, or they are considered as better than human beings. For instance, in problem-solving approach, pragmatic attitude, speed, strength, accuracy, and even in strength and rage also, they are outstanding compared to that of the human beings. So these are the negative triads. So when we analyze the nobles, these arguments at the end of the novel, they will be killing their own creators. So these things are portrayed as the creature of the future by Paolo Bacigalupi. But the findings are,
please conclude.
yes, the human gods are slaughtered by their own creations. So these arguments, though they are with high efficiency and strength, when they are unleashed in the environment, they will slaughter the human beings as well as they disturb the entire bio network. So they are considered as the dark future of the humanity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. After your presentation, you share your PPT to Dr. Vaibhav Sabnis sir. And now I request the last presenter of this session, Bhavtarini KP Madam, for making her presentation.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to all. I'm going to present my paper under the title Love and Loss in Manju Kapoor's A Married Woman. So being a postmodern writer, she gave her protagonists the same postmodern touch which they deserve, breaking down the age-old traditional norms of patriarchal hegemony. So they are liberated, bold, outspoken, progressive and radical women creating an identity for themselves. So in A Married Woman, who portrays a woman who struggles to establish her identity and individuality by waging a desperate battle against the existing social order. It is a story of a young and innocent Asta's transformation into a mature woman who understands that she must protest to achieve her desires. Right from the beginning of her life, she is oppressed by the traditional and moral values held by her parents. We can notice that the attitude of dissatisfaction starts from the marriage, from the wedlock of her marriage. So her father wants to be well educated to secure her place in the society. On the other hand, her mother wants the daughter to be married, whereas Asta doesn't show her interest in marriage because she was jilted by her classmate. He used her only for his erotic pleasure. She could not tolerate his disappearance. Their intimate friendship makes them get emotionally as well as physically attached. In the presence of Publica, she becomes conscious about the beauty of life, which kindles her to establish self-confidence to cross the patriarchal curtains drawn around her for acting based on her desire. So in the end, she does not want to yield to her family for the sake of Publica. So she put a period for their relationship and turns back to her husband. So a modern married woman depicts the struggle of a woman for establishing her own identity and fulfilling her desire against the taboos of societal norms. So a brief critical survey of the character of the protagonist not only reveals the essential stuff that each one of them is made up of, but also it justifies the title of my presentation. Sorry for not on the video, sir, because I'm nursing a baby. So hope you understand. So please, thank you all for patiently listening to my presentation. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. In the concluding remarks, 7 papers have been presented on this virtual platform, and all of the papers were really thought-provoking, very informative. Among these 7 papers, the papers of Sajana Madam, Narendra Gangude sir, and Pallavi Bhardwaj Madam were really up to the mark. However, all the papers were presented in a very fine manner. Thank you very much for making paper presentations on this virtual platform. Once again, I express my sincere thanks to Dr. Vaibhav Sabnis for this session and for giving me as a chair. Thank you very much, sir.
Congratulations, Dr. Kalyan Kokne. You are the Vice Principal. You are the President of BOS of your institute. So you deserve all these honors. And thanks for still making me your guide, though you have done your PhD nearly 6 years back. Is there anybody interested to present the paper? Lieutenant T. Venkataramana, you have been following us for quite some time. Are you interested in presenting the paper? Otherwise, we are moving towards the valedictory. And the chief guest for the valedictory is Dr. Jitendra Bhamre, who is the executive president of Yog Vidya Dham's Shankarrao Chavan Health Center, Dhule. And so I want Jayant sir to take notice of this. He is supposed to introduce Jitendra Bhamre sir.
Because of some technical issues, Honorable Dhiravit sir could not join us all the way from Thailand. And you know, there are so many problems in the world right now. And so many issues are also there. So I hope there is no paper presentation now. And those who have failed to present the papers, they are requested to join a special paper reading session after some days. We'll notify that. We'll inform you on the Telegram group. Please don't expect that we should inform you personally. Okay, now I request my PhD scholar who had just submitted his PhD thesis to Kavitri Bahinabai, North Maharashtra University, Jalgaon, Mr. Kishore Thakre, to take the control of this session. And now he is the co-host. The chief guest is Dr. Jitendra Bhamre. Over to you, Mr. Kishore Thakre.
Yes, sir. Hello and good afternoon to all. I am Assistant Professor Kishore Thakre, working in RCPIT Shirpur, and a research scholar doing research, PhD research under the guidance Dr. Vaibhav Sabnis sir. I welcome to the galaxy of intellectuals, professors, researchers, students, and all the participants for this concluding phase of one-day international e-conference that is based on the keywords human welfare and the role of yoga, science, and literature in it. So, dear participants, we all have been enjoying this intellectual feast from the morning. We have been listening many scholars from this field, as well as recently we have heard some scholarly points presented by the researchers in their papers. But this is the time now to take the review of this conference. And according to me, and I think it will be also acknowledged by everyone, that there will be the most important person for this making the review, who has played a significant role for organizing this e-conference, for looking after each and everything to make it successful. So I request Dr. Vaibhav Sabnis sir to present the review of this e-conference. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Kishore Thakre sir. I'm really glad to be amongst you in the final, that is, valedictory session. We began the day with the very wonderful speech of Sushmita Vidya madam from Canada. She has been still with us. That is really incredible. She has been awake there. It must be around 3 or 3:30 a.m. there in Canada. So with her inaugural address, we started, and Bapu Sahib Arun Mahale was the chairperson for the same. And we wanted to congratulate two personalities, Dr. Jitendra Bhamre and Dr. Avinash Dharmadhikari, the stalwarts of Yoga with the Dham Dhule, for accomplishing the degree of PhD. And we also inaugurated the CD of Yoga Gitas, Yoga songs, the songs composed by Dr. Gangadhar Barche, and the music direction was of Veena Kamlakar madam. And then we had wonderful plenary sessions. We had Dr. Sagar Sharma from Nepal. We had Patanjali Mishra sir from Varanasi. And we had Professor Raghupati sir all the way from Tirupati. So wonderful sessions, and everything was going on well. It has been going well. And yes, because of time constraint, we had to stop some paper presenters and even the resource persons you must have seen. But the striking feature was the keynote speech by Professor Dr. Madhusudan Penna, who was traveling, who is a Vice Chancellor, so much busy and engaged, but he did give justice, and he was amongst us for a long time. A few people could not join us because of technical issues and other issues, like Mariel Cruz from Costa Rica was supposed to join us, and we were eagerly waiting for Ahmed from Yemen, but he could not join through Zoom, but he has shared the video, which is not, now it is not the appropriate time to share. And Dhiravit, my dear friend from Thailand, also could not join. So these were some of the issues that we had, but because of your support, your contribution, the participants from across the world, this international e-conference has been successful. I claim it. The feedback is there in the form of messages in the chat box. And credit goes to Vidya Dham, Dhule's Executive President, Dr. Jitendra Bhamre, the Secretary, Mr. Yashwant Patil, sir, Treasurer, Dr. Avinash Dharmadikari, sir, the President, Kishorappa Patil, dear Guruvarya Barche, sir, and others, and also the members of ELTAI Khandesh chapter. So once again, I thank as the coordinator of this event to all of you. Thanks for your presentation of papers. If there are more papers, that is more than 15 papers, then we are planning to publish them in a form of book with ISBN or a journal with ISSN. It's very common today, of course. And if anybody has failed to present the paper because of some or the other reason, we are going to have a special paper presentation session next week that will be informed on the Telegram group. So I'm very, very glad to be the part of this valedictory of a very successful international e-conference. Now it's over to Kishore Thakre, sir.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for presenting the detailed review of this one-day international e-conference. At this point, sir, I also acknowledge on behalf of all the participants that you arrange and organize lot many activities. But in this activity, really, we have noticed an innovation that you added with the songs, Yoga Geetai, that you have recently composed. So we are also very thankful to all the people who are behind making this kind of innovation in this e-conference. After that, I would like to call any of the participants to give their feedback. No doubt, certainly, we are going to have a feedback form there later on. But if a verbal feedback, if anyone wants to share here in a brief, or they want to share their views, so it will be fruitful for us or to the organizers to make some more innovative activities, as well as some additions, some deletions in the coming activities. So is there anyone that would like to share their feedback?
Those who are interested can raise their virtual hand. Yeah, Pallavi Bharadwaj, madam, I'll make you the co-host, and you can, just a second, you can start your video by then. Pallavi, madam, now you can unmute and speak.
Yes.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Vaibhav sir, for organizing such good events all through the year. But I would not say that it is to be included in the conference or in the seminar sessions, but I just want that the paper presenters should be given at least 10 minutes to present themselves, because 5 minutes we could not justify with the thing we are writing or we have written. So it is just a suggestion which I can put across. So thank you so much. Otherwise, the session was brilliantly executed. So thank you and congratulations to you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, madam. We'll definitely incorporate your suggestion. It's really wonderful.
Thank you, Pallavi, ma'am. Okay. I think in the comment box, other people are also busy in typing their feedback. So we'll certainly look for that also. Okay. After that, I know that many of us, and actually all of us, are waiting to listen to the chief guest of this today's e-conference. So without wasting much time, I request Professor Vivandik sir to introduce the chief guest, Dr. Jitendra Bhamre sir. I request Jayant Vivandik sir to reintroduce the chief guest, Dr. Jitendra Bhamre sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. हरिओम, आप सबको नमस्कार। आज 13/3/2022 इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस जो एल्टाई खानदेश चैप्टर तथा योग विद्या धाम धुले इनके संयोग से इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस
I think the executive president, Dr. Jitendra Bhamre sir, needs no introduction. He has been working so much actively for Yoga Vidya Dham, and he has delivered enormous lectures on different topics for the Healthy India, Wonderfully India, Sound India. And he's actually a primary teacher, but his knowledge is really excellent. And recently he has accomplished PhD. He is expert on so many topics related to Vedas, Bhagavad Gita, yoga, especially. He's a yoga teacher for so many years. I think for 30 years, he has been very selflessly working for Yoga Vidya Dham Dhule. And as the executive president of Yoga Vidya Dham, he has organized many events, many competitions, many programs, many activities very, very successfully. We are really very, very fortunate to have him. Now, on behalf of all of us, I request him to guide us. Over to you, Dr. Jitendra Bhamre.
थैंक्स सर, नमस्ते, हरिओम। आज की कॉन्फ्रेंस का जो सब्जेक्ट था, इस सबने सर ने चॉइस किया था और इसमें बहुत बढ़िया चिंतन था कि योग, साहित्य, विज्ञान और कानून, इनके माध्यम से लोगों का कल्याण करना है। अब तक योग शास्त्र से मेरा ज्यादा संबंध होने के कारण आज तक यही चिंतन था कि योग शास्त्र के जो विविध पहलू है, विविध अंग है, उनके माध्यम से हम लोगों का कल्याण कर सकते हैं। जैसे यम नियम का पालन किया तो सामाजिक और वैयक्तिक जीवन में हम स्थिराव ला सकते हैं। आसन, प्राणायाम, इसके अभ्यास से हम स्वास्थ्य अच्छी तरह से कर सकते हैं। और जो अपने उपनिषदों की संकल्पना है कि पंचकोशीय शरीर, तो पंचकोशीय स्तर पर योग के माध्यम से स्वास्थ्य प्राप्ति की जाती है, इस पर गहरा चिंतन हुआ था। लेकिन आज हमारे जो स्पीकर्स थे, उन्होंने साहित्य के माध्यम से, साहित्य के जो अलग अलग विषय है, उसके माध्यम से लोक कल्याण हम कैसे प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। विज्ञान ने आज बहुत प्रगति कर ली है, तरक्की की है, लेकिन हम इसमें देखते हैं कि उसमें मानव का कल्याण के बजाय ज्यादा नुकसान भी होता है। लेकिन अगर विज्ञान के जो सकारात्मक पहलू है, इनकी तरफ अगर ध्यान दिया जाता है, तो विज्ञान के माध्यम से भी आज हम मानव जाति एवं सभी प्राणियों का कल्याण करने में ज्यादा मदद मिल सकती है। और आज जो भी समस्याएं निर्माण होती है, तो कानून, उसका जो पालन होना चाहिए, उसमें हम कम बढ़ते हैं, इसलिए होता है। लेकिन आज के हमारे जो बढ़िया सभी स्पीकर्स थे, कि उनके माध्यम से इन सभी बाजों पर, सभी विषयों पर अच्छी तरह से प्रकाश डालने का उन महानुभावों ने बहुत बढ़िया काम किया है। विशेष करके सुस्मिता मैम, जो कनाडा से हमारे साथ जुड़ी थी, उनकी विशेषता यह है कि कनाडा में जब हमारा प्रोग्राम शुरू हुआ, तब रात के 11 बजे थे, अब शायद रात के 2-3 बज गए होंगे, फिर भी मैम हमारे साथ जुड़ी है। और सिर्फ उन्होंने अटेंड नहीं किया, दूसरी बात, डॉक्टर मधुसूदन पिन्ना, जो अभी वाइस चांसलर बन चुके हैं, कवि कुलगुरु संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालय रामटेक, वहां पे अभी वाइस चांसलर सर बने हैं। और उनका विशेष है कि प्रवास चल रहा था, फिर भी उन्होंने अपने प्रवास रुका के, गाड़ी रुका के वहां से हमें मार्गदर्शन किया। पिछले साल भी हमें उन्होंने बहुत बढ़िया मार्गदर्शन किया था। ऐसे मधुसूदन जी पिन्ना सर, उनके प्रति मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। डॉक्टर सागर शर्मा, जो हमारे समझता नहीं, लेकिन हमारे जो मित्र है डॉक्टर सबनीस सर, उनका इंग्लिश में बहुत बढ़िया अभ्यास है, तो उन्होंने मेरे साथ चर्चा की कि बहुत बढ़िया इंग्लिश में प्रेजेंटेशन डॉक्टर शर्मा सर हमारे साथ कर रहे हैं। और वाराणसी से डॉक्टर पतंजलि मिश्रा हमारे साथ थे। उनका नाम ही पतंजलि है, जिन पतंजलि ने योग शास्त्र का हमें अध्ययन बताया है, हमारे सामने पूरा योग शास्त्र प्रेजेंट किया है, तो उनका सिर्फ नाम ही पतंजलि नहीं है, तो योग शास्त्र में उनका बहुत अच्छा अभ्यास है। तो सबनी सर ने भी उनको रिक्वेस्ट की है कि अगले साल अगर हम ऑफलाइन कॉन्फ्रेंस लेते हैं, तो उन्होंने हमें प्रत्यक्ष यहाँ आकर अगर मार्गदर्शन किया तो बहुत अच्छा होगा। और तिरुपति से डॉक्टर केवी रघुपति, जिनके नाम में रघु है, जो हमारी भारतीय संस्कृति की धरोहर है, तो उन्होंने आखिर में हमें बहुत अच्छा मार्गदर्शन किया और हम उनके जो ज्ञान है, तो उसकी धारा में हम थोड़ा अनुभव हम ले सके। तो ऐसे सभी महानुभव कि जिनके कारण आज की कॉन्फ्रेंस अच्छी होने में मदद हुई। और पेपर रीडिंग के लिए बहुत सारे साधकों ने अच्छा प्रयास किया, तो उनके प्रति भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। और जैसे अभी हमारी चर्चा हुई कि कोरोना के स्तर पर नेशनल या इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस का हमने आयोजन किया था, लेकिन नेक्स्ट कॉन्फ्रेंस जो होगी तो वो ऑफलाइन होगी, लेकिन अगर इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस लेनी है तो बाहर के जो साधक है हमसे जुड़ना मुश्किल हो जाएगा, इसलिए ऑफलाइन और ऑनलाइन ऐसे दोनों सुविधाएं हम उस वक्त रखना चाहते हैं। तो इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए विशेष करके हमारे मित्र डॉक्टर वैभव सबनीस, उनके प्रति मैं ज्यादा आभार इसलिए व्यक्त करता हूँ, अगर वो नहीं चाहते या उन्होंने प्रयत्न नहीं किया तो शायद अकेला योग विद्या धाम और हमारी जो टीम है वो उसमें कम पड़ सकती है। तो सबनीस सर के मैं पुनः आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। और एल्टाई जो खानदेश इंग्लिश चैप्टर है, तो उनकी हमें हर कॉन्फ्रेंस में मदद मिलती है। योग विद्या धाम योग प्रचार प्रसार का कार्य अच्छी तरह से कर रहा है, लेकिन हमारी कमजोरी यह है कि हम लोगों तक पहुंचने में असमर्थ होते हैं। दुलिया शहर जहां पर योग का प्रचार प्रसार चलता है, तो वहां भी बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे हैं कि जिनको मालूम नहीं कि योग विद्या धाम संस्था तरह से हम प्रचार प्रसार करने में मदद हमारी हो रही है। तो इन सभी महानुभावों के मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, और जो मुझे यहाँ पर बोलने के लिए कहा गया है, तो इसलिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और मैं मेरे 2 शब्द खत्म करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, sir, for presenting the detailed insight of the conference, for presenting the story behind the organization of this conference. I express my sincere sense of gratitude towards you that you have guided here. You have presented your views regarding the future activities, that how determined you are. Thank you very much, sir. I am also thankful to the Yoga Pratishthan of Dhule and ELTAI Khandesh chapter. Now I request Dr. Lata Hiwarkar to extend the vote of thanks. I request Dr. Lata Hiwarkar ma'am to express.
Lata madam, you are there, but you have not started your audio video. Please. Yes, please start speaking.
Sir. Thank you, sir. A very wonderful day today. I am very thankful to all the participants for joining this conference. Most valued Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Dhiravit, Mr. K.V. Raghupati, Dr. Ahmad Salem, Honorable Sri Dr. G.D. Barchesar, respected Bapu Sahib Mahale, Management Committee, Dr. Vaibhav Sabnis sir, and all yoga teachers. Any event cannot be successful without people who devote their resources and time to ensure that everything is flawless. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks speech and acknowledge the contribution of those who work really hard to make this conference successfully. Have a good day, and once again, thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. And with the kind permission of the chairperson, I declare this international e-conference is over. I am very much thankful to all those who have contributed wholeheartedly. The feedback link has been shared, and if you submit it now, you'll get the certificate, very beautiful certificate. And the certificates of paper presenters will be gradually shared. Please wait for a few days. We'll cross-check and then we'll share. So thank you once again as the coordinator of this event. I am thankful to Sushmita madam, who has been with us for such a long time, and all those who attended, who contributed, who appreciated our efforts. If anything is left to be done, if there are any mistakes, please forgive us. We'll definitely try to improve ourselves and we'll give the best performance next time. So have wonderful time. Hopefully next time we'll meet offline plus online. I'll definitely try my best to have different rooms. Some people got confused in breakout rooms. Otherwise, each one would have got 10 minutes for paper presentation. So I'm thankful to Yog Vidya Dham and the contributors of that, the Yog Vidya Dham and ELTAI Khandesh chapter. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day and see you again soon.